let me tell you something. Look it, man. I've been an Atlanta fan for 45 years.
Late night vibes, we're turning up the heat. T-Will on the mic, can't accept defeat. My ATL sports show, he's running the game. Atlanta Falcons fly high, you know the name. In the heart of the A, where the pride runs deep. From the Braves to the Falcons, he's keeping it real, no sleep. He's got the scoop, every player, every play. Bringing the thunder every single day. T-Will, shining bright on the airwaves, bringing sports tonight. Atlanta heart, with a soul so free. My ATL sports show, it's the place to be.
Well. Well. ATL sports fans, ATL Falcons fans, WTF, guys, what the Frankenstein is going on? You know what? I did a video earlier. It was silly. It was a play on French fries. And, I thought that'd be the last podcast of the evening, but little did we know. James Pierce Jr. Wow. Brought up on multiple charges, arrested, aggravated assault, stalking, damage to a vehicle, trying to outrun the police. I feel like this is an episode of Grand Theft Auto. Like, what the hell, man? What is going on? We got Carlo in the chat. Carlo says, bro, I'm so fried about this. Me too, man. King Atlanta supporter says, this is sad, and it is. Bellows World says, we can't have nothing to build and win. I know, right? We never have two things that match. Ham, no burger. Now we only got one defensive end because I don't know about y'all. And you know what? I was having I'm being tongue-in-cheek, but pause. But in all seriousness, I was we were having discussions about this with some colleagues before. And some of them were saying, well, he'll only be gone a while. I think the Falcons are going to release him. I don't know what you guys think. But when you look at it, and he assaulted her with a pistol. He beat this woman with a pistol, and she's a member of the WNBA. So she's a public figure, dude. I do not see a world where he comes back from this. I just don't. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to think. Bellows World said, yeah, he might be gone for real. And you know what? He may be. Not sure. King Atlanta supporter says, when I heard the news, it makes you want to spit your food out. Oh, my God, yes. Oh, my God, yes. And I'm like, man, you threw it all away for what? You threw it all away for what? Because you were mad? Because you broke up? I mean, I'm not judging the young man because anybody can crash out, man. But it's unfortunate that he threw his career away because I don't see him coming back from this. Now, some of my colleagues were like, no, he'll be all right. They don't even think he's going to be released by the Falcons, but I don't see an Arthur Blank owned team keeping him. I really don't. I do not. Anyway, let's see. King Atlanta supporter says, what did she do though is the question. I mean, I don't know, bro, but whatever she did, it's not worthy of the point of being beat with a pistol. Like, bro, if you get that mad, just leave. Just leave. Smooth C says, what happened? Recap. Well, apparently, there was an altercation with James Pierce Jr. and his girlfriend, the young lady that plays for she plays in the WNBA, Rhea, something or another. Rhea, something. But apparently there's an altercation. She called the police. He's been charged with beating her with a pistol or assault with a pistol. She tried to leave. He ran his Lamborghini into her automobiles, so she couldn't leave for the police station. I guess when the cops arrived, again, I don't have the full details, but I'm just giving you everything that's been fed to me. So at some point he took off. He was also charged with stalking her, but at some point he took off running from the cops, and there was a chase. You just can't make this stuff up, man. There's a chase, and he crashed his Lamborghini. Then I guess he got out the car and tried to flee. And that's when they surrounded him and cornered him. There's video of about 10 cops, trying to get this guy down. But it's just sad, man, because there's so much more to life. And when you're young, it just seems like, the world's going to end. We've all gone through that first breakup, y'all. We've all, and again, I do not take my empathy as advocacy for what he did, because it's not. I'm not advocating hitting women. I'm not hitting women. I'm not excusing it. I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying we've all been young and dumb. And it's unfortunate sometimes that in the moment, we do things that can really follow us for the rest of our lives. In the moment, we can do something. Sometimes you just need a moment to walk away, And again, I'm not judging the brother, because he could have been on something. And again, I'm not excusing it. One time for the fan. Let's see. Smoothie says too much is at stake. You're right. King Atlanta supporter says, what I'm saying is, what did she do to get done like that? Because they're not together, bro. I don't know. I honestly don't know. And you know what? I don't know what she did, but I either way, I can't excuse it. And again, I hear what you're saying, King. I don't know what she did, man. I'll have to investigate the story. One time for the fan. What up, Jack Spade? He also hit a police officer with the Lamborghini truck as well. Jesus. They're going to put this dude under the jail. King says, oh, my God. One time, Jack says he crashed his vehicle into Miss Jackson's vehicle, stopping her from going to the police station. Oh, man. Craig says he won't be a Falcon after this. Blank doesn't play about his franchise, and this will permanently keep Blank from drafting guys with character issues. And I think you're 100% right, Craig. I think you are 100% right. I do. I think that is exactly what is going to happen. But guys, what I'm saying is we've all been young and dumb, and you add, and again, I'm assuming, I don't know if he was on anything, but the rant that he went on, I mean, this is on some let's just wreck our lives. You know what I mean? She plays for the WNBA. A thought didn't run through your mind that maybe I shouldn't do this, and not even if she didn't play for the WNBA, you shouldn't do that because she's a woman. But somebody with that high profile status, you're going to do that to her? And then not only are you going to assault her with a pistol, you're going to run your truck into her vehicle. You're going to run over a police car. You're going to get in a police. Oh my God. Sometimes it's better to just walk away. Sometimes you need to just count to 10 and walk away before you do something that you can't take back. It's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. Jack says apparently they had broken up since September, but she was with him at the Aints Falcons games. To be honest, he was about to be a Falcon in the draft. So yeah. Oh, he was about to not be a Falcon in the draft. So yeah, Smoothie says doesn't matter. You got to take yourself from out of these positions when you finally make it. You got to take yourself out of that position. Period. You got to take yourself out of that position. Sounds like they could be a toxic couple, but I'm still not excusing what he did. No, Craig, I get what you're saying. Look, I dated a toxic female a while ago, and you know what? A long while ago, like 34 years ago, before I met my wife. night, Kim. Yeah, you just got to walk away. You know, when you see that a person can bring certain things out of you that are negative, you need to walk away because you have something to lose. And it is so unfortunate. It's unfortunate for the Falcons. It's just a bad situation, man. It's a bad situation. Jack says, hold on, let's not say the pistol because the car seems to be the deadly weapon. I don't know. I'm looking at the initial report that was dropped in there, Jack. So I don't know. I don't know. And to your point, maybe I shouldn't say that, but that's what I initially saw was reported. So we might need to confirm. As a matter of fact, if anybody has the actual report as to what all he's been charged with, drop it in the chat and let us know. Jack says no report of gun as of yet. Mateo says no. Jalen got to now. Jalen got to be that dude, and he's right. Craig says, and I believe the only way he could have gotten the aggravated stalking charges because he was being warned in the past about staying away from her, but obviously he didn't. Yeah, man, I don't know. That's an interesting point, Craig. King Atlanta says, T. Will, what would you do if you were Arthur Blank? Man, that's a good question, bro. I mean, let's look at it. He just purchased a women's soccer team, right? He just purchased a women's soccer team. So how's that look if you got this guy on your team? What's that gonna do to your female fans? Like, I just don't think I knew somebody was gonna say that. I don't see how Blank can let him stay on the team. It's a different world than it was when Ray Rice did what he did. It's a different world. You got female CEOs, you got Me Too, you have all sorts of organizations that are honestly not going to stand for that. I don't see how Blank can do this. I don't see how he can remain on the team. DeAndre says she must got that good. You know, DeAndre, I had a thought. I did have a thought. I did have a thought. I believe that there. Okay. We're not being misogynistic, but I did have a thought like, nah, you ain't leaving me. Like, that's what he was thinking. I don't know. Either way, I'm making light of it, guys. It's not a funny situation. You should never abuse women. You should never raise your hand to women. There's just no excuse. Craig says, honestly, I would let this all come out and then make a decision. Okay, that's fair. DeAndre says she probably teased him about not winning Defensive Player of the Year. DeAndre, you wild, man. Carlos says, it's more to this, cuz why does he have a contract if they broke up why does he have contact if they broke up in September? Well, like my man DeAndre said, I mean, you know, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't ready to let go. You know, I mean, you guys know how it is. Jack says he just sent the charges. So hang on, guys. Hang on 1 second. Let me go get the charges. Well, Jack, it says aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. I'm assuming that's a gun. But hang on 1 sec. Let me grab it so I can just show it to you guys. Give me 1 sec, guys. Sorry about that. Working with my computer here. Just give me a second, guys. All these screens are going on. Give me 1 second. All right, guys. Let's get back to it. Let's see here. Let me grab this image file. And I'm going to put it up on the screen. I tell you, I didn't think I'd be doing this at 11 o'clock at night. All right, so let's do this. Let's make this screen bigger. All right, guys. So, charge battery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 2 counts, to be set. Domestic violence, stalking, aggravated to be set. Domestic violence, eluding police lights and siren, battery, aggravated law enforcement officers to be set. Resisting officers without violence to his person. I mean, that's a lot. You know, I'm not a lawyer, but that's a lot, guys. That is a lot, man. That is a lot. Let's get to it. Let's see. Sorry about that, guys. Fell a little bit behind the chat. Carlos says, oh, he said that already. All right. Yep. Blank doesn't play. He cut Ridley for gambling and cut another player in the past for kicking a dog. DeAndre, she probably got caught with another dude or a woman. I don't know, man. Smooth C says, where's the staff that is supposed to be checking in on the players like this did like this did all that. Wait. Sorry. Where's the staff that is supposed to be checking in on players like this? Did all of that go away when Raw just left? Weird. Well, I understand that, Smooth C, but we got to be responsible for our own actions, man. I mean, you know, I'm not going to blame anybody but him. Jack says, it seems it was off and on thing between them. Toxic relationships be like that. King says, T-Will, don't nobody deserve to be hit anymore, male or female. It's sad how everything is going crazy. It really is, King. I agree with you 100%. Craig says, he probably got mad at her because she told him he looks like Jack Spade. Oh, wow. Craig's still taking shots. At least he's consistent. Mateo, no excuse for toxic behavior, no matter how much of a dog on the field you are. He was robbed of Defensive Rookie of the Year, but no matter, maybe rehab could change his life. Remember, Vic got a second chance, and there are plenty of NFL players that got slaps on the wrist. Mateo, I get that, but the problem is, bro, this is a different world. We live in cancel culture. Cancel culture. You can be canceled for saying the wrong thing. This guy has a laundry list of charges. Okay? He has a laundry list of charges. He won't be able to do a commercial on free access TV. Like, I don't see him coming out of this. I really don't. You know, only move I can see him making is he can say, I was high. You know, I have a drug problem. Let me get some help. Let me go to and even then, I don't know if he gets out of it. But this is cancel culture. I don't see that happening. I do not see that happening. Deandra says he's too raw of a talent. I can see if he was a bust, just suspend him 8 games. Oh no, I think he's gone for a season, DeAndre. Do you guys see all these charges? Bro, he's done for the season because he's been stalking her. So this isn't the first time. I don't see it, man. I don't see it. I think he's gone for a year. A vehicle is considered a deadly weapon when used to hurt someone. Okay, Mateo, that's a good point. I didn't think so. Maybe it was the vehicle. Maybe it wasn't a gun. Maybe it was the vehicle. You're right. Okay. Thank you, Mateo. King Supporter says, I know you wasn't, T-Will. This blowing my mind because Mr. 10 Sack might be in there for some years. And you're right, King. He might be. He might get some years. He really might be. Bro, this is a bad look for the Falcons franchise. This is just a bad look. I mean, first you had the Stefanski thing, and folks are making, comments about him and Shador, and now this. Atlanta, can we get a break? Can we get a break, Atlanta? Can we get a break? I mean, bro, maybe I'm making more of this than what it is, but this is not a good look for our franchise, guys. It is not a good look for a franchise. Jack says, in criminal law, a deadly weapon usually means anything capable of causing death or serious bodily harm based on what it is or how it's used. Okay, thank you, Jack. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, brother. Nobody better say ish to me tomorrow when I wear his jersey to watch the game. Oh, Carlo, you funny, man. You funny. I dig it, man. I get it. I still listen to R. Kelly. I don't care what y'all say. I love me the Bump and Grind remix. I love it. You know it on. Wait, how that song go? You know I can't see nothing wrong with the little bump and grind. I don't see nothing wrong. I'm getting my big low on, but no, I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I do like R. Kelly, but whatever. Hey man, do you, Carlo? I'm with you, dog. I'm with. Do you, man? That you want to wear that, bro? Do you? Ain't nobody gonna stop you. Craig says he messed around in the wrong state. Yes, he did. Mateo, I'm not gonna touch that one because I want to stay on the YouTube. But I feel you, brother. I feel you. But T Will ain't got enough subscribers to do that, brother. I feel like Arthur Blank won't let Matt Ryan make the decision on this. Arthur Blank will be the decision maker on this. Agreed. Craig says having a veteran player like Calais Campbell would have been beneficial for him. And maybe it would have, man. We got T. Terry in the building. T. Terry says his girlfriend was becoming another Angel Reese, tall model type young woman who likes NBA players. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that one, brother. Let's see. Imagine we cut him and he signs the NFC South and we deal with him for the next 10 years. And you know what, DeAndre, that could happen. That could happen. That could very well happen. And you know, I mean, at that point, what can you do? I mean, what can you do? I don't know. Mateo says if evidence shows she's text or called, can help him. Okay. Yeah, this is turned into the legal hour on For My ATL Sports One. All of the legal experts are in here telling us about it. Hey, I appreciate y'all, fellas. Craig says he is looking at felony charges in a state that don't play. He will be lucky to avoid prison. I don't think he will. I do not think. I don't. The governor of Florida. Do y'all know who the governor of Florida is? I don't see that, brother. I don't see it. Megan Wright says situation may force the Falcons to resign AK and to re-sign AK and Floyd. And I think you're right, Megan. I think you're 100% right. T. Terry says my brother had got 2 years for gun charges. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, T. Terry. Craig says gonna have to put his jersey on Temu after today. What a shame, man. What a shame. Mateo says not the bump and grind. Hey, man, the remix. That remix, though, I'm just saying. I'd already bought the albums, y'all. I'd already bought the CDs. What y'all want me to do? Okay? I'd already bought the CDs. Okay? And that I wish is slamming when you're going through something, okay? When you're depressed and you put on I wish, Ghetto America. I'll tell you something, man. It hits different. It just hits different, damn it, okay? And I still listen to R. Kelly sometimes when I'm sad. Leave me alone. Just say it. Smooth C saw Kerry's repost video. Blank's POV, he is gone after seeing that. Exactly. Millie Mill, what up, Millie? How you doing, man? Hey, finna know. You can take your mans with you. Mateo says Law and Order ATL version. How's that thing go in the beginning? Bonk, 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 bonk. That sound at the beginning of Law and Order. I don't know. We got Nathan Floyd in here. Nathan Floyd with the Luke Cage. Sweet Christmas. That's right, brother. I hear you. King Atlanta says T. Will Atlanta can't get no break. They haven't had a break since that left eye situation. I know, man. I know. We need a break, man. I feel like playing some R. Kelly now. I wish. Come on and braid my hair. I'm just saying. I wish, y'all. I wish. R. Kelly, circa 2000. Before everything happened, just saying. Let's see. Jack says, I'm AK's agent. Price just went up. I heard that. Deandra says, Terry Fontenot is the petty king. Laugh out loud. No first round pick. Injured QB. JPJ. Laugh out loud. Terry knew he was fired, so why not? Damn. Okay. Craig says only one or two of the charges can be dropped to a misdemeanor, depending on the victim, but the charges against law enforcement won't go away because the district attorney will want to make an example of him. Damn. You're right about that. I'm working on my cussing. Y'all got me cussing tonight. No, it's on me. Sorry, guys. Mateo, prayers to the young man because he has a lot of potential, but has to surround himself with better role models. Let's hope he can cook in the draft. Oh, let's hope Ian can cook in the draft. Yeah, man, it's just sad, man. It's just sad. Guys, look, when you're upset, man, just walk away. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It is not worth it, man. It's just not. Sometimes you just gotta walk away. You know, it's not worth it. All of that anger, and look at, man, sometimes you just gotta walk away. You have to walk away. T Will, what do you think James Pierce thinking right now? Probably thinking he shouldn't have gone to Florida. That's what I'd be thinking. I don't know. Hey, what do y'all think? What do y'all think JPJ is thinking right now? That's a good question. Chat, what do y'all think JPJ is thinking now? Craig says, and there's a picture on social media of her broken nose. Oh my God, he broke her nose? Bro, this gets worse by the second. This gets worse by the I can't make this up, bro. Oh my God. Y'all might see those new Falcons uniforms in March, just trying to get another story. Falcons going to have to pivot. Mateo's like, he's thinking, damn. I don't know. It's a good point, man. Good point. Man, this is terrible. Terrible. Falcons made a statement. We are aware of an incident involving James Pierce Jr. in Miami. We are in the process of gathering more information and will not have any further comment on an open legal matter at this time. That statement tells us three important things. The organization is aware. The information is still being gathered. The team is intentionally limiting comment due to the legal process. T. Terry, JPJ has screws missing from the time he got to camp, fighting everybody, and yes, he broke her nose. Damn! Man, he is done. Now you got Me Too. You got the WNBA. You got a bunch of agencies with 3 letters. Bro, you done. You are done, bro. You are done. King Atlanta Falcons about to be serious next season after this. Nathan says, rammed her car multiple times in an attempt to stop her from going to the police. Yes, he did. Craig says, feels like he is a possessive man like some men. Feels like she belongs to him and only him, regardless of how split up they are. Yeah, man. What they say in that video? Sunshine. Sunshine. Those of you who saw the movie, you know what I'm saying. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to refer to it. Okay? I'm going to infer. I'm going to suggest. I'm going to insinuate. Sunshine. You throw it up in the air and it becomes sunshine. Like he was like, nobody's going to have you but me. I know you want to leave me, but I refuse to let you go. He was serious, man. He was not letting her go. And it's a shame because now he's going to have to let his career go. He's done. He's done. Dunsville. Mateo says he definitely will be kicked off the team and possibly out of the NFL. Rams can get that pick back. Damn. Oh, Rams. Can we get that pick back? Amen. Can we? Dixon Way says, hold up, he beat her up? Yes, he did, Dixon Way. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Nathan Floyd allegedly hit an officer with his car in an attempt to get away, striking him in the leg. Damn. This dude was playing Grand Theft Auto for real. Dixon Way just hearing about this, y'all. Yeah, he might need a moment. He says, hold up. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. What in the O.J. Simpson is going on? Jesus, man. What in the Ray Rice? Oh, my gosh. Craig says, I will be totally surprised if the Falcons kept him after this. And Craig, so will I. Dixon Way says, JPJ is Ike Turner. Ike, I'm only trying to help. And we're rolling on a river, Do 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 dun 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 dun. Okay, I like the movie. If you hadn't seen the Tina Turner biopic, you need to check it out. It's great. Angela Bassett did the damn thing, but yes, JPJ is Ike Turner. I'm not going to say the Jay-Z reference just because he made it dirty. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it, anime. Mateo's like, nah, I got to play some Madden and get 10.5 sacks on the game. T. Terry says, it's good they got him before he turned out like an OJ situation. Dude, the only thing this situation is missing is a white Bronco and Al Cowlings. Although he and Al wouldn't be hanging out because Al's a little older now. A lot older, actually. Like, yeah. I don't know, but damn. Now, Carlo, why you have to go and say it? Eat the cake, anime. Why, Carlo? Why? Okay. I've been drinking. Maybe that's what he was doing. He was drinking. Guys, I'm trying to be, I know it's a serious issue, but I'm just trying to be comedic about it because what can we do, guys? So I'm not making light of the situation. I'm just trying to, be lighthearted because what can we do? King says, I need a pastor right now after this man bring the church to James Pierce Jr. He need help. He been angry since the last fight, and Kim had the whole crew try to stop him. Oh, my God. This wasn't part of my day. Oh, that's what he's thinking. Okay, King. I got you. Mateo says, at least Ulbricht's defense blitz will have multiple players and schemes, not just linebackers. Remember, we got 57 sacks minus 10.5 equals 46.5. That's a good point. So we'll get 45 sacks next year, guys. It's okay. Maybe. Dixon Way says, this team is snake bitten. Craig says he needs Jesus. Yes, he does. Jesus is a way maker, a promise keeper. He always comes, even in the midnight hour. He may not come when you want him to, but he's always on time. And yes, he does need Jesus because at the end of the day, God loves us all. Although he probably will be making a stop and doing some time. So hopefully, during his time, wherever he is, he can sit down and reflect and become a better person. Look at, man, we don't know his background. We don't know what he went through. We didn't walk a mile in his shoes. So we don't know how he arrived at where he did. I'm not going to judge anybody. I'm just going to say the young man clearly needs some help, some counseling. He does need Jesus, and let's pray for him. But yeah, he's probably going away for a while. Craig says, I can't find JPJ jersey on the Falcons website. And you probably won't, buddy. Nathan says, only thing we can do is pray the young man gets the help that he needs. That is true. Dixon Way says, domestic violence is serious. I was doing the Hawks games when people started to hit me up during the stream. It is serious, Dixon Way. It's very serious. And it's unfortunate. But I think that he may have been on something. Either he was on something or he just panicked. Like, I don't know. But clearly the young man needed some help. Clearly he needed somebody to talk to. And, sometimes it's just Sometimes people fall through the cracks, man. It's unfortunate. Um, it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate, but this is bad for him. This is bad for her. This is bad for the franchise. It just is. Um, and again, I don't want to be sad, so that's why I keep making references. But I mean, it's guys, it's unfortunate, but it's nothing we can do about it. It is very serious. It's unfortunate, but man, sometimes just walk away. You know what I mean? Just I bet when he woke up this morning, he didn't think it would end up this way. Because wow, just wow, man, just wow. Mateo, you think a player named Diablo would cause more chaos? Oh, Mateo, you're funny. Why was he in Miami anyway is a question. And that's probably what he's asking himself right now in jail. DeAndre, we tore down a church to build the Benz. Yeah, the Lord said, hold my wine, y'all. Touch my church. I don't know, man. I don't know. Craig, I've seen people compare other player stuff off the field, but that's irrelevant because blank doesn't play about protecting his franchise. He really doesn't. And that was the thing I was saying, Craig, in the chat with my colleagues, because they were like, they're not going to cut him. I was like, he's going to get cut tomorrow. What are you talking about? He is done. He is cooked. What? How's that go? Wait a minute. How's that go? Stick a fork in him. He's done. He's donezo, man. He is gone. He is out of here like last year, man. Out of here like I'm not even gonna crack that joke. Mateo says, you think of already did that one. Sorry. Jalen Walker, Bulldog time. Amen. Strapped up 24. What up, strapped up? That's what I'm saying, bro. Next man up. If he's dumb enough to do this, let him go to jail. Let's see how this plays out. I'm ready to move on at this point. There are players that did worse, however. They are, but a lot of look, let me tell you something. I'm gonna keep it all the way real with y'all. Okay. This is the wrong time and the wrong administration and climate to do that in. He did this in Florida. Florida. Do you know who the governor of Florida is? Bro, they're gonna put him under the jail. He's done. And that's the legal stuff. You can forget about the Falcons. You might have to forget about the NFL at this time. Campbellton, RD Jalen, what up, man? Says JP isn't getting cut. Oh, okay. I halfway want to make a bet with you about that. Craig says JPJ will be unemployed. Yeah, man. It's a different world, y'all. It's a different world, you know. You have so many organizations that contribute to these corporate sponsorships, and I don't see it. I do not see it. I do not see him walking away from this. Blank just signed a female soccer team. The lady he hit or broke her nose plays in the WNBA. You don't think their fans are looking? You don't think they're gonna call for it? Bro, he is done. I don't see it. I'm with you, Craig. JPJ, mine was just screwed up. They said he was just in California Saturday. King Atlanta. Next season, when the Falcons first practice with JPJ, the whole place will be quiet and silent. All eyes will be on him like Tupac. And then you'll wake up and realize, King, that you are in the Avengers Doomsday movie watching a multiple universe, because that is the only time you will see JPJ practicing on the Falcon field. It ain't going to happen, brother. It is not going to happen. Carlo, Blank got issues right now with the woman. Boy, I tell you. Oh, isn't he being sued or something like that? I forgot about that. Yeah, so he really can't have that. He really can't have that. Mateo says the honors was just Thursday. Shaking my head. Yeah, it was. Campbellton RD Jalen says they sound like a toxic relationship. They were just booed up in San Francisco. Yeah, man. I don't know. Maybe he should have watched Amazon Prime instead of Netflix. I don't know. I don't know what they argued about, but man, it's unfortunate. Craig, the district attorney for Florida is rubbing his hands like Birdman. You are 100%. You are one. He's like this, man. Like, oh man, we got one. We got one. It's sad, man. It is. It's just sad, man. It's just sad. But guys, if you're out there, hey man, guys and ladies, really, if you get upset, man, just walk away. Just walk away. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. My wife and I argue. We've been married 30 years, but I never put my hands on her. And she doesn't put her hands on me. You know what I mean? If I get that, man, I'm just going to take it. I'm going to be like, hey, look, I'll be back, man. I'm going to drive. I'm going to get on the highway. I'm going to put some music on. Some I'm mad at Kim music. Be driving with my I'm mad at Kim music. You know what I mean? Might go to a bar, sit down, have a few drinks. I can't drink like I used to. I have health issues, but you know, I might go to a bar, sit down, listen to some music. You know what I mean? Chill out. And, you know, a couple hours later, I come back home and I'm just not going to let anybody get me to that place to where I'm going to do that because I have too much to lose. You know what I mean? I'm not going to let anybody take me there. And if you're with somebody that takes you there, you might need to think about, is this a place I want to be? Because, I mean, nothing is worth your freedom, man. Nothing is worth that. I'm just saying, nothing is worth your freedom. It's just not worth it. So, you know, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So, Deandra says somebody paid her to get him mad. The NFL hating. We had pure pass rusher. The league scared. Oh, here come the conspiracy theories, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, that's right. It was her on the grassy knoll. She killed John F. Kennedy all those years ago. She's a time traveler, and she came here to set him up, dagnammit. Strapped Up says, and another one, DJ Khaled. King Atlanta, I wonder how Jalen Walker feels. That's his brother. I'll call him now to check up on my boy. No, I don't think you can call him now, dog. I don't think you can call him. I don't know that he's been bailed out yet. I don't know. They still getting that bail money. Craig says, if Blank keeps JPJ, all women around the country, and especially in WNBA and in Georgia, will be calling Blank all kinds of names and saying he doesn't believe in protecting women. So JPJ will be cut. I agree with you 100%, Craig. I could not agree with you more. Bro, it ain't that kind of world anymore. It's just not. You can't, bro, if you say the wrong thing, you're going to get canceled. This dude broke a woman's nose and tried to run over a cop. Are you kidding me? He's done. He is done. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I hear y'all, but I don't see it. I don't see it. King Atlanta says, T. Will, you shouldn't be hit by no woman, same in reverse. And I agree with that. I agree with that 100%, man. Like I say, me and my wife, we don't hit each other. You know what I mean? We old. First of all, we old. You know what I mean? We don't, you know, all couples argue, you know what I mean? But it's how you deal with it. Like, first and foremost, I don't have the energy to go back and forth with you. I'm 55 years old. So if we disagree, you know, sometimes you just need to, okay, we'll agree to disagree. You know what I mean? We'll agree to disagree. And guess what? Everybody done had their heart broken, man. I mean, look, I've been there. And again, I'm not judging the guy. We've all done stupid stuff. Okay. Now, I've never done that. I've never hit a woman. We've all done stupid stuff. The issue is he did this. First of all, he did this. He should have just walked away. I don't know if drugs were involved. I could speculate. I won't. But he should have walked away. When he got to that point, he should have walked away. He should have just walked away. Whatever he had to do, it's still the off season. Go home and listen to some Teddy Pendergrass, man. Listen to some Sade, man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Listen to some Keith Sweat. A lot of broken heart song. Why me, baby? I like the remix version. That's for you old heads out there. You know. Jagged Edge. All right, man. What's y'all's go-to when y'all go through a breakup? What's y'all's go-to song? Drop it in the chat. What's your go-to song, right? If you broke up with somebody right now, what's your go-to song in therapy? Like, do you drink and listen to it? What's your go-to song in therapy? Drop it in the chat. Let me know. Mateo says, yeah, terrible news. We still winning the NFC South. I hear you, brother. I could dig it. Smooth C said $50 million reason to go home. Exactly, bro. I mean, I know your heart's broke. I've been there. But just saying. Sometimes the best way to get over your ex-girl is to get with your next girl, player. Get with your next girl. Go to the bar. You know what I mean? Go to the bar. Drink. Call your homies. Smoke some with your dog. Do something. I'm not advocating any of that. This is just an example. I'm simply saying you can't do what he did. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, I'm gonna run into her car and I'm gonna break her nose and I'm gonna run from police officers. I'm gonna stalk her. I can't make this up, man. Jeez. Campbellton RDJ, are you in a relationship that's toxic? Because just if you're in a relationship that's toxic, just leave. Yeah. And look, I know it's not simple, man. You've been with somebody for years. You're looking at all the memory. You're looking at how y'all have grown. But at the end of the day, nothing is worth your peace, man. And nothing is worth your freedom. So he's right. Just leave. T. Terry, JPJ was just lost in love with some maybe some very good pie that he only wanted to eat. Oh, I'm not touching that one. My man said, ain't no woman like the one I got. No one can love you better. Oh, man. King Atlanta says, why is it hard to leave toxic relationships? That's all I've seen as a kid. Man, I know it's hard to leave, but oh, my God. It is hard to leave. But, sometimes people don't know they're toxic. Because so many of us look at our partner, we don't look at what we bring to the relationship. You know what I mean? If every relationship you're in, you're dealing with the same issues, do you think maybe you could be a part of it? You know what I mean? Maybe just a little bit. Maybe the combination of something you do versus them, like, look, this is what I've learned. I work on me. I try to be a better person every day. And if you do that a little bit at a time, then ultimately you start to gain and you become a better person. But at the end of the day, if a person make you feel like you got to put your hands on them, you just got to leave, man. Just got to leave. Jonathan Bell, what up, Jonathan? Jonathan Bell, 2469 says, man, I really hope they don't suspend him for a long period of time, or I hope it don't turn out bad for him. Oh, no, Jonathan, it's going to turn out bad for him. In review, he broke her nose. He broke, and she plays in the WNBA. Oh, yeah. And he ran over a cop, or he hit a cop with his vehicle while trying to get away. And he ran away from cops. Oh, yeah, and he stalked her. Oh, yeah, and he crashed his car fleeing from the cops. Bro, there are charges upon charges upon charges. How that song go? Racks on racks on racks on racks. Charges on charges on charges on charges on charges, cuz. On charges. On charges. Y'all remember that lady that got on the MARTA bus a couple of years ago? I'm pressing charges. I'm pressing charges. She went off on that old lady, so some dude eventually punched her in her face or whatever, which is, okay, that's a bad example. But anyway, whatever. Bad example. But she was bullying an old lady, but I shouldn't have brought it up. Bad example. Sorry. Bad T-Will. Let's see. Jonathan Bell, but I agree T-Will is probably gone. Probably is. The Browns have a rapist and we have a woman beater. Wow. Oh, you're talking about Deshaun Watson. I thought he was kind of like a flasher. I didn't know there was sexual assault involved. I thought he just showed up with like a towel like this big. It was like, I want a massage. I didn't think there was sexual assault a charge. I didn't think he was charged with sexual assault. I don't know. I have to go back, but okay. Trucker Mike 404. Hell, the Atlanta Dream may look at Mr. Blank wrong. JPJ Luck, the police didn't use deadly force. He is lucky. That is a good point. That is a very good point. Because had he not been famous, I don't know that situation would have gone the way it did. I agree with you there, Trucker Mike. I don't know that situation would have gone that way had he not been famous. You are 100% correct. King Atlanta, Sha'Carri Richardson put her hands on her man at the airport. So, like I said, no man or woman should hit each other. And you're right. You are 100% correct. Agree with you 100%. Mateo, FDB, JK. Trucker Bike says, Lenny Williams, girl, you know I love you. I love you. I love you. Woman, let me tell you something. I was talking to my best friend, and I was like, you just don't understand. And I told him, have you ever been in love? Have you ever been so in love with a woman? That's what Lenny was talking about, man. That's what Lenny was talking. Well, he wasn't talking about abuse. He was having a hard time breaking up with a woman. There's a difference. I'm not going to put that on Mr. Lenny Williams. I don't think this is the love that he was talking about. Craig says, if I break up with someone, I'm putting meat on another woman that night, aka Chef Shark. Oh, Craig. Kelvin said, mystical. Here I go. Here I go. Don't. Here I go. Here I go. Oh, Trucker Mike says, deuces. I love that song. Don't. Oh, I love that song. Mateo, I'd be scared to buy a Falcons jersey nowadays. Last one I brought was Bijan's. Okay. I hear you. Jack says, Rakia recently posted on her Instagram days ago that she is single. Oh, so that's what that was about. He was like, girl, what you mean you single? What you mean? What you saying? Girl, you know I love you. You ain't going nowhere. King says, I got a gut feeling the script for tomorrow will be a Patriots win. I don't want to see that, man. I don't want to see that. Island Mike from the island of Puerto Rico. What up, Island Mike? How you doing, brother? I hope you're doing well, my friend. It's good to see you as always. And Island Mike, we are all disappointed, man. It is sad. It is sad. It is sad. It is so sad that we're going through this. And guys, I know I'm cracking jokes and making light, but I'm just trying to, you know what I mean? Look, I'm just trying to get together and lift spirits, man. I know this is a serious situation. I do not take domestic abuse lightly. I don't. I do not. So, you know, I get it. But again, sometimes you gotta laugh to keep from crying, man. You know, I don't know. T. Terry, Keith Sweat, make it last forever. Oh, I love that song, man. So that was our class song. We graduated. I graduated in 1989. Y'all stop laughing at me, okay? Damn it. And yes, we did have CDs in 89, okay? I did still have a cassette tape, but whatever. Oh, I love Make It Last. That's my favorite Keith Sweat song. And my mama loved Al Green. Lay your head on my pillow. Oh, man. Shout out to you, mama, wherever you are. I love you, mama. I miss you, mama. Jack says, James was at the NFL honors by himself, left there and went to Miami where she lived and worked. Oh, this is getting worse. Nathan says, suspend him. He's done. And he is. He is done, man. He is out of here, man, like 8-track tapes. He is officially. I'm not going to crack that joke. It's ironic that he did it in February, though, in Black History Month. Come on, James. Come on. Why, James? Why? Campbellton says he's definitely getting suspended for a while for trying to run her over in Fighting 12. Damn. Yeah, Campbellton says Watson never raped anyone. I didn't think he did. I know he's creepy, but I didn't think he did that. Mateo, maybe he just can't drive a Lambo. I don't know, man. Well, he ain't gonna be driving one anymore. Don't worry about that. And right after hearing about Little John's son, R.I.P. 100. Yeah, that's so sad, man. I was sad to hear about that. That's just sad, man. That's very sad to hear about Little John's son. That is sad. That's very sad. Craig says, I understand we don't need a team full of churchgoers, but we definitely don't need this one on our team. Agreed, Craig. I mean, it is what it is, man. It's a different time, guys. Like you can't beat up a woman in 2026. Are you serious? This ain't the 80s, bro. You cannot beat up a woman in 2026. You just can't do that. You cannot. The game has changed, fellas. You can't do that. Bro, we live in cancel culture. People are getting canceled for stuff they say. And you break a woman's nose? Are you serious? Damn. Save those hits for the field. Well, you can't anymore. But on another note, what is now the priority of the draft? Another hitch. Yeah, I would say it is Smooth C. Craig, just go trade for Max Crosby. Nah, he's a little bit of a head case himself, Craig. I don't know that we want that. Not that he beats women, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Miss R. Jackson is Miss Slim Shady. You do that to NBA players, but NFL players are programmed differently mentally. I mean, we don't know what she did to him. You know what I mean? But whatever she did to him, you can't hit a woman. Like, I get it. Okay, you're upset. You're upset. You're upset because you lost your boo thing, but you're not the only one to go through a breakup, bro. We all go through breakups. We all go through heartbreak. You cannot do that. You can't do that in 2026. Not that you ever could, but you just can't do that. This is the wrong time and the wrong climate. If you know what I mean, Jelly Bean. It's the wrong climate for that. Like, you in Florida? Oh my God. In Florida? Are you serious? You can't do that, man. You just can't, man. It's a different time. King Atlanta says, I'm for real, T. Will, about the Super Bowl. And you know, you could, I mean, it could be. It could be. It wouldn't surprise me. It could be. Deandra says Falcons in trouble. And they are. Michael Lahutsky, unfortunately, the power of the beep makes guys do crazy stuff. Still doesn't make it right. I feel bad for both parties. Yeah, man. I tell you what, it's funny because we were joking about that. Like, man, that you know, and it's not funny. But man, he was like, nobody's going to have her. He was like, no, I'm not leaving you, and you're not leaving me. We are going to work this out. What you mean? Where you going? What you mean? No, you're not. Watch this. He was not playing. And now, you know, he's going to have probably 15 years to think about it because I don't see him getting out of this. I just don't. I do not. I think he will be making license plates for Lamborghinis going forward. Cookie for James on Valentine's Day. No cookie here, buddy. Oh, man. Falcons in the news for this and the Hornets on a 9-game win streak. I got mixed emotions right now. I don't. They beat my Hawks, man. I say give Troy a shot at defensive end. Can't hurt. Man, that dude can't get out of the hospital. He's probably got VIP service up in Piedmont Hospital. Troy, is your usual? Can we get you your usual? Okay. Like, dude, you can't make the club from the tub, Mike. You just can't, man. I honestly, if I'm the Falcons, I cut Troy Anderson. Mateo says, I'm wearing my free JPJ shirt under my jersey like Roddy did for Vic. And as long as you don't let anybody see it, Mateo, you'll be okay. Because they may cancel you too, buddy. They may cancel you too. I just don't see it. Craig said he tried to keep her from going to the cops. He did, but I mean, at that point, look, you done done it now, man. Oh no, hell no, man. Y'all done up and done it. Y'all done up and done it. That's crazy, bro. That is crazy work right there, man. That is crazy work right there, bro. Oh, there it is right there. There you go. That's crazy, man. That is crazy, crazy, crazy work. Let's see. Island Mike says I would try for Hendrickson from the Bengals. Yeah, me too. I like that. Trucker says first Darren Lee murders his girlfriend, a Virginia player rapes and kidnaps, and now James Pierce football players need their own AAA meeting for dumbass decisions. Yeah, they do. Craig says, I'm just waiting for the Carrot Man to tweet about this. Yeah, you're right, Craig. He probably is. He probably is. After I'm not even going there. T. Terry, she probably was JPJ's first American Pie. My, oh my, Mr. American Pie. Craig says he was practicing his right and left hook for his prison time. Damn. Dixon Way says Bryce probably doesn't get cut now. And you're probably right, Dixon Way. Craig says there's no player in the draft like JPJ, so trading for an edge would be a better option. Trucker Mike says, plus the Chiefs got their problems with Rashee Rice. Is it Rashee? Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice. Baby mama coming out about him beating on her. Wow. Mike says, T. Will, how's your weather? Hope you're doing fine. Thank you, Alan. Mike, I appreciate it. Yeah, the weather's pretty good here so far. Let me knock on some wood there. But, weather's pretty good, man. Not bad. Not bad right now. All is well. All is well. But, yeah, so. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a celebrity that just joined us. We have Mr. Jack Spade in the building. Jack Spade, ladies and gentlemen, has joined us. And I, for one, am glad to have him. I think that's awesome. As a matter of fact, Mr. Jack Spade.
What's going on? What's up?
What's up, Jack? Yeah, man, we're just talking about, the whole JPJ situation. Give us your take on it, brother. What are your thoughts?
Not a good look. Not a good look at all. I don't know. I was shocked. There's originally, when I first saw the tweet, there's a lot of dummy accounts that try to play around with Adam Schefter's name.
Okay.
So I figured it was like a dummy account when the first tweet dropped, and I was like, James Pierce? No way. Can't be possible. Clicked it. First thing I saw went to Twitter. Our good friend Myles Garrett reposted it. And then, from refreshing social media, it got even worse. And it's actually been getting even worse as I continue to refresh social media with new details, new information, things that just keep coming out. Apparently, from what I just heard on a recent update, she was at the intersection somewhere near her house, and James Pierce pulled up behind her and tried to get into her car. And after she took off, and he followed her in the Lamborghini truck. Which, that right there is already part of stalking.
Yeah.
Of course, he was at the NFL Honors on Thursday by himself. He had a game Friday because she plays for one of those sub leagues called Unrivaled. It's like the WNBA off league, kind of like what they do in their off season. Some way, somehow, I'm guessing, with the allegedly report that she had posted on her IG. And I say all this allegedly too as well because the final details need to come out. But as we get hours and hours into this, more information is being shared from people close to the Doral County area and close to the scene is itself. But her posting on Instagram that she was single probably didn't go well with JPJ. But the crash out is definitely not needed. You're a young star in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. Or you were a young star. You were.
You're making a lot of money. You did a great job with the Falcons' first season.
You were making a lot of money. You were.
You were doing everything. You were. But now it seems as though there's a lot of things to look at for Matt Ryan in the group. And honestly, as a Falcon fan, I've seen things in the past that is, crazy around the NFL. This doesn't seem like a Matt Ryan final decision. This is an Arthur Blank decision.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've all seen what Arthur Blank has done before. We've talked about this multiple times. Arthur Blank he has zero tolerance for negative behavior off the field.
Zero. Nada.
I've seen it with Michael Vick, Calvin Ridley, even Prince Shembo. Remember that guy, Prince Shembo, who kicked the dog?
Kick the dog.
Certain things, like even Rashid Hageman, certain things he does not play about. And this situation is up there with the Vic situation.
This is worse. This is worse.
But okay. Calvin Ridley with the gambling.
No disrespect to Peter, but this is worse.
Right. And Calvin Ridley, and a lot of these players, even mentioning Vic was a good player in the NFL. Calvin Ridley was a good player in the NFL. Yes, they did regain their career back in the NFL, but it wasn't with the Atlanta Falcons. You look around the league, and some of the comments I've seen tonight too as well in the chat. And of course, Big Low's live too as well. I've been seeing some comments over there. Deshaun Watson, Jalen Carter, Rashee Rice, Henry Ruggs. Some of these players do get the opportunity to come back, but they're not coming back week one. And for the football side of it, we possibly just lost a good player. For the off the football field side of it, this kid needs some rehabbing. He needs some things to look at. I don't know if he has God in his life. Hopefully he does. Young man making that much money.
He definitely does need God in his life.
He definitely gonna need some things to get you back, not on the football field, but just get you back in good terms with a lot of these associations and groups and people out here in the world that defend this type of stuff, and they have every right to. Rakia Jackson, from hearing it, she is with Rock Nation Sports, which is with Jay-Z.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they're battling a battle right now with Megan Thee Stallion on some domestic violence stuff against some other people.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a sad situation.
He picked the wrong one, man. He picked the
wrong one.
And not that there's the right one. Again, I'm not advocating violence against women in any form or fashion, but he picked the wrong. Like if there was the worst way to screw up, that's what he did today. His career's done. And it's unfortunate because I promise you, if he had it to do all over again, he would. And sometimes, and I'm talking to young folks, sometimes you just need to walk away.
There's a lot of times, and I tell you right now in life, from females to even disputes at the jobs to a lot of other things, there's situations where you do have to walk away. Could be a simple fight in life where people going in school saying, oh no, he pushed me, he did this, I ain't gonna be tried like no hoe, I ain't gonna be tried like this and that and the third. And I've seen situations escalate to where some people around me have regretted some of the decisions that they have made.
Mm-hmm.
This seems to be one of them. But for James Pierce Jr., there is no reason to even do some of the things that he did. This is a full on crash out moment.
Mm-hmm.
And for some of the fans, it's like, oh, come on, give him 8 games and give him 4 to 6 games and he'll be fine.
He's done.
It's bigger than that.
He's gone for the season.
Way bigger than just 4 to 6
Yeah,
games.
it's way bigger than that. It's way bigger. And Jack, it's unfortunate. Look, man, we all go through situations. I remember about 32, 33 years ago, my wife is pregnant with our first child, Mariah. We're leaving my parents' home. I forget where we're going, but this guy cuts in front of me. And I mean, he missed me by the narrowest of spaces. And I got so mad that because young T. Will had a temper, I turned around and cut in front of him. We end up going to the same place, McDonald's. He got out his car. He said, hey, man, you can't drive. I said, no, MFer, you can't drive. Now, I have my pregnant wife with me, which I should have just let it go. Okay? He walks into the McDonald's. My pregnant wife, my lovely wife, steps in front of he and I. And I said, Kim, move. And she's like, no, no, no. I said, Kim, move. And she moves. And my only thought is the fact that you're going to even approach me with my wife, I got to kill you. I got to kill you. And in that moment, it's like I heard a voice. It's like I heard God's voice said, you will never see your child. You will never see your child if you do this. This isn't even about you. This isn't even about this man today. This man had issues long before you. If you do this, you're going to have to kill this man. And if you kill this man, your wife could go into labor and not have your child. You will regret this if you do this. And it took everything in me to walk away. Because when I tell you that man stood with me toe to toe and called me everything but a child of God, he did. But you know what? I walked away. And 33 years later, I have 3 adult children and I'm still married to the same woman. Fellas, ladies, sometimes the win is to walk away. Sometimes the win is not about today. It's not about today. It's about tomorrow. Sometimes the enemy knows what's ahead of you, and he's going to send you something to stop you right there in your tracks. And it was a decision. Today, he was presented with a choice. You can either walk away or you can blow up your life. He chose the latter. And it is sad because right now, I'm sure he's regretting it. Had I not walked away from that, I wouldn't know my Maya. I wouldn't know my Zach. I wouldn't know them. I might not even be here. So life and death is not only in the tongue, it's in your decisions. And when I talk about life and death, I'm not just talking about life and death physically. I'm talking about the death of your career. I'm talking about the death of the blessing that God has for you. Because make no mistake, he was blessed to make it to the NFL. Only 1% of the 1% of the 1% of the 1% make it there. And you better believe all his career, people were saying, yeah, but his temper. Yeah, but that boy ain't right. Yeah, but he's from the wrong side of the tracks. And you know what he did today? He proved them right. And that's what's disappointing, Jack. That's what's disappointing, brother. That's what's disappointing. Anyway, man, I'm sorry. I'll get off my soapbox.
No, you're right. Sometimes you were right. You were right. Sometimes the best situation to win the situation is to walk away.
Yeah, it's to walk away.
This seems as though, and a lot of the young folks, not calling every young person out, but once you get to a certain age, even for myself, I mean, I've reached an age where, I'm not in high school no more. So of course my decisions that I make are of course based off of, family and faith and things that I have to take care of. But this young man, I don't even think he's 22 yet. I don't even think he's 21 yet.
He don't even know what life is about.
He hasn't really reached that point yet. But even still, it seems like some of these things from the alleged initial reports seem premeditated. Where you're at the award show, of course, maybe a couple of days ago, you see the post on Instagram, you start crashing out there. Who knows if she had somebody else she was talking to? Those type of things happen because, you fell in love, uncontrollably. But for his situation, I saw a comment that said maybe he was under the influence. Sometimes, I've seen things in life where he might not even been under an influence. He's just built with that type of stuff. You don't have to be, drinking or smoking or doing some type of things. It could easily just be an immediate crash out.
Yeah,
You don't have to,
he have that kind of anger in
right.
him.
You don't have to have that controlled substance that
Right.
just be an automatic crash out. Especially one of the biggest drugs is love.
Oh yeah.
And for some strange reason, if he did love this girl uncontrollably, of course, we're in a situation where he has to look at his future and realize he could have messed up some things going forward for his career, which I think is getting ready to play out. But he did it with the wrong organization when it comes to the football side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because as much as Arthur Blank loves his players, he does not play about the off the field issues.
No.
And I just have to say it's just disappointing. This is a Saturday evening, the day before the Super Bowl. Falcons have been in talks within the media about the Michael Penix situation. Of course, news came out today about Kirk Cousins getting ready to be released, and of course Ryan Pace got released. Ian Cunningham speaking to the media saying Monday morning they're doing their deep dive of the roster. And you have a situation like this, which I'm sure for Arthur Blank, Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan, of course, is married. Ian Cunningham is married with kids.
Mm-hmm.
These are some things where, the wives get involved too as well.
Oh yeah.
And this is a serious case for a guy who now is going to sit in Atlanta
Mm-hmm.
with people that's going to be across the media, across the NFL spectrum saying, this guy is an alleged attacker of women, and you don't want that type of thing to, plague this team because we're just trying to move forward and play football. Off the field issues like this should not have happened.
Mm-hmm.
But sure enough, it's an ugly world out here. And
It really is, man.
really disappointing. It's really disappointing to see
It is.
one of our
is
players
sad.
involved in this type of stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing some of the people on social media saying, "Oh, the Rams won the trade now," and of course, they're making a certain light about it, trying to crack the jokes about the trade, and we have a first round pick. And the real thought goes out to Rakia Jackson. First of all, we don't know the seriousness of the situation for Rakia and her health and her mental space.
Mm-hmm. And not only that we don't know if he's done this to her before.
I would hope not.
Here's the thing. We don't know that because for you to be this aggressive in public, I shudder to think what you do in private.
Well,
for you to be this loud and hit a cop and take on, no, bro. And I would also say this is probably not the first time he hit a woman.
Well, the one thing about it is too. I mean, I saw a tweet online earlier with somebody saying he was ready for the full crash out with running from the police and crashing into the car and stopping at the light. And anytime you do that, you go from step 1 to step 10 without going to 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8.
Yeah.
And that's why people go to jail and they sit in jail and they say, "Damn, I messed up. Damn, I really regret my decision making." And I'm sure he's going through that right now, but that's why they always say you got to woo-saw. There's those woo-saw moments. You know what I mean?
You gotta, bro. You
gotta sit back and count to 10, man. You're a young star out here, even when it comes to relationships.
Yeah.
You
gotta walk away.
You're a young, healthy football player out here. There is plenty of women in the world that you can go out there and start from ground zero on. But apparently this young man went full crash out, and it's disappointing. But the thoughts and prayers go out to Rakia. Don't know the seriousness of the situation with her right now. Mm-hmm. Obviously, she hasn't posted on social media. She's been very vocal posting on social media recently. Mm-hmm. And I see her comments on social media right now from her page. And there's a lot of people saying, they're trying to play the rebound role and they're making jokes and, let me keep you away from that monster and all this type of stuff. But it's sad to know that one of our players are involved in this. But at the end of the day, Arthur Blank, on the football side of it, Arthur Blank's going to make his decision and Matt Ryan will make their decision and we'll move on from that. Now, on the off the football side of it, this young man just got to get some help, man. That's all it is. He just got to get some help, and prayers up to whatever he's going to have going on in his future. Do I see him as a Falcon coming up? Most likely, no.
I don't know that I see him as a football player, Jack, because
Well,
again, I think folks are looking at 10, 12 years ago and what was allowable. Okay. You hit a woman. You not only hit a woman, you hit a police officer. You not only did that, you tried to do damage with a vehicle to her. You stalked her. And to your point, you premeditated this.
right.
Bro, this ain't 1994 with OJ and Al Collins and that white Bronco. No, sir. This is cancel culture 2026 AD in the year of our Lord. He is done. Stick a fork in him. That one's done, man. Take him off the grill. I don't see him coming back from this.
Yeah, and these reports don't seem to be, misinterpreted or misled. These reports are by the minute, by the hour, seem to be coming out with more and more facts.
Yeah.
Sure, when we saw the video earlier today with what 10, at least 8, 9 police officers trying to take him down. That's a real heavy crash out mode, man. And you got into it with Florida Doral County Police. Like,
yes,
this is off season, bro. Like, just go home. You know what I'm saying? Like, just
leave, bro.
Just leave, bro. Just go and find something to do. But the thing about it is, you left the NFL honors on Thursday. She had a game on Friday, and by 6:00 p.m. Saturday, you're in jail. So not even less than 48 hours on a red eye flight as that. Because San Francisco, you're definitely gonna catch some late flight. Yeah, this is sad. This is sad. But he got to get his life together, man. He has to get his life together, and I don't know if it's going to be with the Falcons or without the Falcons, but we talked about it. There's going to be these moments where 20 years from now, we're going to say, "Hey, remember that James Pierce Jr. guy?"
Mm-hmm.
And his name won't be put out there in a light to where it's like, the positive is going to overweigh the negative. This seems like the negative will outweigh the positive on this one. But
bro, I do not see how you make it. I just don't.
I would be shocked. I would be truly shocked to see the Falcons go through their reports, having the front office that they have, and then come back and say James Pierce will be there week 8 or week 9. I would be truly shocked. I'm putting all football away from it when I see that type of stuff, but I'm truly shocked on the police side and the investigation side and what's getting ready to happen. Because, Matt Ryan, Arthur Blank, those guys are corporate now. They're not gonna talk football. The football, we already saw him play on the football field. We're done with the football now. They're gonna go to what they saw and what they're hearing from Doral County Police, and of course, X, Y, and Z of the relationship and what happened the past 10 hours. So just go ahead and get the football side of it out of your mind whenever the executives are meeting about this type of stuff, because we've already seen them on the football field, 10 plus sacks. We know it. But off the field, there is an issue.
I just wish that people would really be aware, man, that we are 3-part human beings, mind, spirit, and body. And you have to be aware. You know what I mean? The enemy knows your future just like God does. He knows. The devil never attacks you.
I was just about to say that the devil won the day today for James.
He did. The devil never attacks you when you're ready, which is why you got to stay prayed up, which is why you have to be disciplined, because he's never going to come when you're prepared. Okay. Right. To whoever said that in the chat, he didn't win Defensive Rookie of the Year. He probably was upset about that. And then she makes the post that she's single. He probably was upset about that too. Now, I'm not excusing it. In no way am I excusing his behavior. I'm simply saying all of this stuff piled on and piled on. Okay. And then he goes to see her and she probably tells him it's over and it set him off. And I'm not excusing it. What I am saying is that dude should have went somewhere to himself and just sat down. Sometimes you got to get in a room by yourself and just chill out. Sometimes you just got to pray.
The one thing about it too, this is 2026. there's probably going to be more video coming out because if that traffic light situation
Oh, it probably is. I agree.
is as true as what they're saying, somebody's recording because you're probably not in traffic by yourself.
Yeah.
Somebody's sitting at the stoplight or the stoplight red light cameras. TMZ always gets footage randomly from so many random places.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we wake up and there's body cam footage of the face to face with him in the car. From what I'm hearing, I don't know if this is true, but there was an officer apparently had his gun drawn to James Pierce, and he's lucky he made it out that situation right there too as well. From what I'm also understanding is this situation with the car and battling the police happened at the police station.
Damn.
So this
you know how mad you gotta be. You know how angry you have to be. You know how angry you got to be. Like he wasn't, bro. That's like Hulk status. That's like you have separated yourself from all logic. It is unfortunate, but today the devil won because he took everything from him.
My thing is, how did you know if the traffic light thing is true? I don't want to play like investigative reports right now. It's already past midnight. But if the traffic thing is true, how did you know where she was at the traffic light?
Did you have a tracker on her car?
I wouldn't say. I mean, I don't want to get to that point. I'm hoping not. But I'm thinking, how did you know where she was in Miami? And that's where this stalker allegations come in. Obviously, Rakia had to speak to the police some way, somehow, to let them know about what the situation is, because a call has to be made to the police. And of course, you've seen TMZ reports and you've heard things where, we can hear the audio of what's going on. So I'm pretty sure something is going to come out. This man is an NFL superstar. And one thing the media loves to do that, that would tear down a character or tear down a person.
Yeah, they love to take
they're going to post all this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And even right now, even as we get into the 12:30 hour, more information keeps coming out. I'm trying to keep updating myself as much as possible, but I'm just very disappointed. Not on the football side, but just the actions off the field with such a young player for the Atlanta Falcons. Never expected this. Never would have guessed this. And now we're at the situation where football-wise, now if we want to go back to football, because I know some fans here want to talk football, Arnold Ebiketie and Leonard Floyd's price probably just went up. And they're going to have to make some decisions on those two guys. Brelling Trice, he knows his job is probably much more crucial now coming back off of that injury, knowing that that's the same position that James Pierce Jr. plays. Also, when it goes to the draft too as well, hearing the reports of cornerbacks and defensive tackles, you might have to look at edge rusher in the second round. You might have to look for a free agent edge rusher too as well, because it's very difficult to find somebody to do what James Pierce Jr. did on the field. There's a lot of players in the NFL who've been playing for 5, 6, 7, 8 years who haven't done what James Pierce Jr. did in his first year. So on that type of phase, when it comes to football, Falcons have a lot of work to do. But here's the sad part. They were going to go into that room Monday morning and talk about the draft, talk about re-signs, talk about roster rebuilding. But the first thing they're going to go in that room and talk about is James Pierce Jr. And for that, this young man literally just threw his career away. I'm sure he's going to make a post soon. He's going to make some type of comments coming out. The media is going to definitely be waiting for him as soon as he posts bail and gets out. Don't matter if it's 3, 4, or 5 in the morning. He's going to make some type of post to social media. I'd love to see. Michael Penix made a post the other day, and the Falcons players responded. I would love to see if any player responds to this.
Ain't nobody gonna respond to it, bro. If you talking James Pierce, boy, he is radioactive. They better not respond. Right now, their agents are calling them like, "Don't you do it? Don't you? You do it?
That is something true. I mean, there's a lot of people that
do it. Don't you go near him? Your career,
As soon as you hit that like button, as soon as you
Kyle
hit that
Pitts,
like button,
do it. Don't you do it,
you
Kyle.
hit that heart button on that repost.
You got to resign with somebody next year. Don't you do it, Kyle.
You got
He
it.
He is radioactive, bro. Ain't nobody gonna do that.
I just know that
Go ahead.
It's a tough time for Falcon fans. It's a tough time for Rakia Jackson and her family, and James Pierce Jr. and his family. There's going to be a lot of in-depth rebuilding when it comes to James Pierce Jr. for him and his family, and he's young. He's not in the grave, so he has a whole life ahead of him to fix some of these things. But that's an off the field decision. On the field, he's probably no longer a member of the Atlanta Falcons.
Agreed. And if you're Arthur Blank, I don't see how you can. I don't see how any owner can. Maybe Jerry Jones because he has so much money, but I don't see how any NFL franchise, with the amount of women that we have in sports, with the amount of organizations, and just it's not a good look in general. I don't see anybody giving this. Like, he is like Ray Rice the second. He is radioactive right now. He is radioactive. So I think his career is over. I think we're way beyond cutting him from the Falcons. I think what happened today is the devil took his career. Okay. And I'm not judging anybody because we are all going to have that moment. We are all going to have that moment where someone tries us. Okay. And the bottom line is the only thing you can do. That's why you pray constantly. You don't pray for the good times. You don't pray for when everything is going right. You're thankful. You thank God. But you pray that when you are tested, that you got the metal inside, that you got the word inside you. You pray that when you're tested, you don't do that. Okay? That's why you do that. You pray so that when you go through certain things and you are put in certain circumstances, that you know what, God, I got the presence of mind to do the right thing. Welcome back, Jack. I don't know what happened.
No, I had a phone call. My bad. People calling me. People calling me to talk about the Falcons, man.
Oh yeah, no. All good. But that's why you have to pray constantly, because this stuff happens. This stuff happens. Okay, it happens, and it's unfortunate. I'm not happy to see it. But believe you me, we will all have that moment. We will all have that moment where we can choose option A or option B. And I'm not judging them because we've all done silly stuff. Now, I've never done that, but I've done some things I'm not proud of. We all have. But the bottom line is, at a certain point, you got to realize, okay, this is going to destroy me. What this man did effectively today was, his career's done. And for what? He's not going to know this woman in 20 years, 10 years away. He's not even going to know her. And for what? You know what I mean? We've all had breakups. We've all had bad breakups. It happens, but you have to have the presence of mind to walk away. You got to love yourself enough, right, to walk away. Because what you're saying at that point is, oh no, I'm not
ready to risk it all at this point.
You're ready to risk it all.
Yeah.
You're ready to risk it all. And you have to deal with that, right? You got to deal with that, because clearly he looked at it as, I'll never have this again. I'm not letting this go. And love is not possession. Love is not power. It's love. My daddy told me a long time ago, think of love as a puddle of water in your hand. You can't hold it too loosely and you can't hold it too tightly. You got to hold it just the right amount at just the right angle, right? You got to pay attention to it. You can't hold it like this. You can't hold it like that, right? That's love. Love is not control. Love is not possession. Okay? It's different. And in order to first love somebody, you got to first love yourself. Because if you don't love yourself, you don't love anybody else. You might obsess over them. You might idol worship them, but you don't love them. because that's not love. Love
It's
is
funny
pure.
because one of my favorite Lil Uzi songs is "I Know You Don't Love Me, Girl, because I Don't Love Myself." And
Right,
he
but
says
that's
that
true.
clearly on the track, and
That's true.
yeah, he's going through some things with the girl too as well. So it's like
What you
people
did
rip
today
it
is
off.
not love.
That's
What
so
what,
sad.
what he did today is not love. Love is kind. Love is patient. Love does not boast. It's just certain things you don't do, man.
Remember that girl? Love is blind. Take over your life.
we got Fandemic joining the chat. What up, Fandemic? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? What's going on? I'm sorry. I've been trying to stop cursing for a minute, and today it just felt like it just had to come back out for
Coming
some
out,
reason.
right.
My wife,
Had to put a
No,
quarter
yeah.
in the curse jar real quick, huh?
a quarter. But man, I have to laugh. I haven't felt this way in a long time.
Yeah.
Right.
It's been a really long time for something like this, and I had to do it because I'm so like you, Jack. I am so disappointed in James Pierce. I am so disappointed. I mean, it's beyond the point where, good gracious, any decision the Falcons have made in the past, any players that we have lost in the past, and the worst season we've had, when we went 3-13 or something else like that.
Mm-hmm.
That supersedes this right here. Supersedes that. This supersedes the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'm not, at this point, I'm not even mad at the Super Bowl anymore. I am more pissed off at this moment. And like Will said, we've all done things in the past that nothing remotely close to this. But we've done things that could question our character, right? But there are things, especially when it came to a woman, and like Will said, when you got to that point where you knew you was there, you just got to back up and punt. I mean, because if it's drawn to the point where you can lose what you got, what you've created, the way people see you, you've got to say, nah, it ain't even worth it. It ain't even worth it. Now, I don't know what went down between them two. It probably won't come out about what went down. But at the same time, the way it went down creates a narrative that a lot of people are going to feed off of that and build on that and say, hey, this boy crazy. I mean, I'm not going to take a almost $200,000 vehicle and run into somebody else's car, and after I don't lost that part of my mind, I'm gonna almost hit a police officer.
Right. Well, he didn't almost.
That means
he did hit the police officer.
That means he's tapped out.
Yeah.
That means he's tapped out.
And you know, this Florida too. Florida police, boy, he lucky too. If he ain't had boy,
if he was
boy, Florida police.
No. And to your point, Jack, to your point, I got a feeling they knew he was a football player. They had to know.
That's where that call comes in. I mean, I've heard
Right.
Calls where people say, they call the police on celebrities and say, hey, this person is a basketball player, this person is a celebrity, this person's an artist, or something like that. That full police report will come out. I mean, Miss Jackson's probably doing her police report too, but something's going to come out in the next couple of days where we're going to find out every single specific detail. And from looking up, situations of the stalking situation, that goes from multiple calls, multiple texts, multiple things where you're just like all over this girl's case, even to the point where you found this person at the traffic light.
Right.
And that goes to a situation to where this is all premeditated. If you did decide to think about this since Thursday, I mean, this is Super Bowl weekend. You hopped on a plane from San Fran to go to Miami. That's across country. You went across country to go ahead and say, I'm going to see this girl face to face. She can't talk to me on the phone. We got to talk face to face. When clearly for this girl, it seems like
It was over.
It was over.
It was over. She had moved on.
Right.
This is, the sad part about it is in about 2-3 years, this is going to be a Lifetime movie. I promise you, this is going to be a Lifetime movie on Lifetime Movie Network. My wife is going to watch it and be like, Terry, isn't that one? What's that boy name that played for the Falcons? They got a movie about it.
You know how Lifetime does it. They're not going to say the Falcons or say his name. They're going to create a story around a situation.
Oh, It'll be Vivica Fox as the mother because you know she's in all those Lifetime movies.
Right.
It'll be Vivica Fox.
It'll be Idris Elba playing James.
No, it ain't gonna be Idris Elba, bro. He ain't gonna be. It ain't gonna be him. No, but bro, it's so unfortunate because yet again, another athlete, and God knows what he had to go through to get there. That's what I'm disappointed about is that this thing impacted so many lives because it's not just about JPJ, right? But what about the kids that looked up to him that said, if he did it, I can do it, right? Yeah. What about the kid in his situation that looked up to him that said, if he did it, I can do it? You'll never be a man if you don't see a man. You'll never get to that status. And it's unfortunate because a lot of these kids look up to these players. And this is a rags to riches story that really could have helped a lot of people. But now he's just another statistic. And it is unfortunate because he had the world at his fingers. But the problem is, if you don't change the inside, it doesn't matter what your external situations are, right? As the old saying that says, you can take him out the hood, but you can't take the hood out of him. And look, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the hood. I know folks from the hood. My folks are from the hood. I get it.
And you better not say nothing bad about the hood. I grew up in the hood. I'm never
going to say nothing bad about the hood, man. I'm from Mobile Homes in Montgomery, Alabama. It don't get no more hood than that.
And where he got arrested from, that street, about 4 streets down, is where I was born, West 54th Street. He got arrested on West 50 on Northwest 66th Street.
Let me tell you something, Fandemic. My grandmama had spam on a regular basis. Okay, so I know. Wait, what did they call that? Potted meat? Was that potted meat?
Yeah, potted. Yeah. Well, no. They called it was like some Vienna sausages. They called potted meat. Yeah,
I think potted meat going way back before that. Anyway,
but man.
The bottom line is, if you don't get certain negative influence, you can't wait until you get there to change. Is my point. You can't wait until you get there to change, right? If you're trying to be something, if you're trying to achieve something, the change has to take place within before you get there, because the devil never comes when you're prepared. He never does.
Right.
Look, some things we're promised. Number one, believe it or not, it's going to be some ups and downs. It rains on the just and the unjust alike. And the difference is who you got with you when that day comes, because it is coming. Okay. I went into a Planet Smoothie.
I'll be right back.
4 or 5 years ago. Right? 4 or 5 years ago, Fandemic. And my mom was alive at the time. I miss you, Mama. And she loved to eat smoothies. She was just going through this phase where she wanted smoothies every day. So every day I would go in there and I would get a cup holder, right? Because my mama, my wife, my daughters, like everybody. So there's 4 or 5 smoothies. I can't carry that out of my hand, right?
Right.
So on this day, I walk in there, and this young lady says to me, I say, hey, how you doing? I want this. And she had a bad attitude right out the gate. Fine. I said, ma'am, I'd like this in a cup holder. And she's like, we don't have, no. What did she say? She said, I don't know what she said. I said, ma'am, no, she said, we don't do cup holders anymore. I said, ma'am, I just came in here yesterday.
Right.
So there's another young lady who gives me a cup holder, puts it in there, right? No. It gets so much better than this, right? It really does. It was a whole thing.
Right.
So the other young lady gives me the cup holders. As I'm about to grab them, the manager takes them out of the cup holder and puts them in the bag and says, cup holders are for customers with 3 or more smoothies. I said, ma'am, these smoothies are big. I need a cup holder. And I'm not leaving here until I get one. You're not going to take it from me. You're not going to do it.
Wow.
This lady proceeds to cuss me out. Now, what she didn't is when she started cussing, I pulled out my phone. I started recording. She was like, "Oh, you gonna record me? F you, mother F da 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 da." Oh, she went in. But you know your boy T Will. Now I didn't fight her. I didn't fight her.
Right.
She's a high school student. I'm in my 40s at this time, I think. But I did release it on Facebook.
Right.
And I did release it on Planet Smoothie site. I got like over 5,000 people. No, that video was seen like over 100,000 times.
Right.
And so then some people started calling me.
Oh,
and
wow.
Planet Smoothie called me and they were like, "Oh, okay, well, what?" And I told them. And I was like, "Here's the video." And they begged me. And then and I think this one was privately owned. No, it was. I don't know if because there's some that you can privately own and then they're franchise.
Right. That's right.
But she called me. She was like, "Can you take it down?" And I was like, "Ma'am, I called the manager. I didn't get a call back."
Right.
I sent her the video. I didn't get a call back. So you're going to whatever. But the whole point was she got fired, but she got bullied a lot. She got backlash from that.
Oh, wow.
And then her family reached out to me and said, "Why would you post this video?" And I said, "Why would you raise a daughter like this?"
Right. Wow.
It's funny how people are when you put a little. Why would you put? I said, "Ma'am, are you not going to deal with the fact that your daughter cussed out a grown man?"
Right.
Your daughter cursed out. I mean, cursed me out.
Right.
Cursed out a grown man.
Lack of accountability.
You get what I'm saying? But the point is, on that day, she had a choice. Right? Clearly, she was not having a good day.
Right.
She could have easily just been like, "Okay, you got it." At any point, she could have apologized, and I would have been like, "Okay," but she chose, you know what? I'm gonna keep it real.
Yeah.
Even if real goes wrong.
And 10 toes down.
She got fired.
Wow.
She got so much backlash, all because she chose to crash out. Sometimes, and I understand being upset. I understand being angry. I do.
Right.
But sometimes you can do the right thing to the wrong person.
Exactly.
Or the wrong thing to the right person and it blow up.
Right. Exactly.
You got a choice in life. And look I wake up every day. I got certain goals for myself that I'm trying to get to. I may get there. I may not. But I don't have time to worry about small stuff.
Right.
Jump across. This is a female. What I look like fighting a female? I'm not going to jump across the counter and be like, "Oh, well, she wouldn't give me my cup holder, so I had to be real."
Yeah, crash out with her.
I'm because I didn't get a damn cup. You get what I'm saying? But
exactly.
You want to know? I don't want to cut you off. You want to know what's even sadder here?
What's that?
So I just got sent a video. James Pierce's mom spoke at the NFL honors.
Oh wow! Oh my God!
And she said, and the video's out there, that she said she's proud of the man that James has become. James has a heart of gold and a deep love for family and friends.
Right.
Less than 48 hours later, he's behind bars.
And that ain't nobody but the devil.
Wow.
I'm telling you, that is nobody but the devil coming to take. That's all that was. And I'm telling you, the devil waits until the optimum moment to strike.
Look,
he had
and it's funny you said that.
6 hours on a flight from San Francisco to Miami to think about this.
Oh, for sure.
After the NFL honors, after speaking to his mom and the family, that's what he does.
Well, I tell you, and that brings to light what you was talking about how Satan works, right? I studied today, dealt with Job and how the Israelites could have learned from Job being tested, right? Or whether or not his faithfulness to Jehovah God was, is it because he was blessed, or is he earnestly believing that Jehovah God is our creator?
Yeah.
right? And so
No,
he was tested. And
that
this is the
whole
same
thing
thing that
started, that whole thing started because God and the devil were having a conversation. Remember?
exactly,
They sitting
exactly.
out there hanging out, and the devil says, "Your servant Job,
Right.
he's only good to you because he's so blessed.
There it
He's only
is.
good to you because he's so rich. If you take
Right.
away everything,
Right.
he won't serve you." And
Yeah.
God says to him, "Job is perfect."
Right.
Right?
Right.
See,
Right.
sometimes when you see somebody go through something, it may
Mhm.
not be a bad thing. They
Right.
could be being tested. Because God,
Exactly.
to your point, Cowboy, God took away everything from him, didn't he?
Everything.
What did he take away?
Even
Took away his wife,
even his health,
took away
his
his wife,
his wife,
took
his
away his
kids,
kids,
yeah,
took away his health, took
took
away his
away
wealth.
everything.
Right. And his wife kept telling him, "Why don't you just curse God?
Right.
Why don't
Right.
you just like some of y'all out there who, well, it just don't seem to get, I go here for this job, I can't get this interview, this happened, this person died, this happened,
Mhm.
and you're mad with God. And sometimes God can be setting you up for a
Right.
comeback.
Right.
Sometimes
Exactly.
God got to get you by yourself because he has to
Mhm.
get you ready, right?
Right. Exactly.
James Pierce had all that talent, but he wasn't ready, was he?
He wasn't ready
He was
because
not ready.
it was like Jack just said. If he was ready, that long flight, whether he flew down or he drove down,
Yep.
he had all that time for for what was about to happen to
Play
go
that
over in his head
mind over
if
and
he
over
was ready,
again. And
right?
what he should have been doing is praying.
Yeah.
And again, this is for the believers out there. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but this
Mhm.
is how I deal with stuff. So
Mhm.
it is what it is. He should have been praying, right?
He
I'll
should
tell
be.
you what this reminds me of. This reminds me of Samson and Delilah. And for
Mhm.
those of you who do not know the story of Samson and Delilah, Samson was what's called a judge in the Bible.
Mhm.
And the judges were basically in this period of time in the Bible. God's people they'd be all right for about 20 years, and then they start tripping. They start
Right.
worshiping other gods. They start doing all the stuff that
All
he didn't
kind of
want
other
to
stuff.
do.
Yeah.
And they would be delivered into captivity under somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And then God would send a judge to rescue them. So Samson was set aside to be one of the judges.
Mm-hmm.
And Samson had a couple things he had to do. Number one, he couldn't eat anything that was dead or some ritual. He couldn't cut his hair. He couldn't date a Philistine, and something else. Samson did whatever he wanted to do except cut his hair. Right. And it says in the good book that Samson told his parents that he wanted to marry a woman that was a Philistine, and it was God's will.
Right.
In the text, it says it was God's will. And some of y'all be like, well, wait a minute. If it's God's will, isn't this the same God that told them not to date with Philistines? It is his thoughts, not our thoughts.
Right.
We don't understand his thinking. But anyway, it says it was his will. So Samson, very quickly, Samson courts the lady from Timnah, the first girl, okay, agrees to marry her. Back then, as such, he was, I guess, the Philistines that he knew. He gave them a riddle or something. Again, this is back in biblical times. They didn't have TVs. This is all they got to do. So he gave them a riddle and he said, hey, if you can guess it, I'll give you so many sheep or so many clothes or whatever it was.
Right.
So they pressured the girl from Timnah and her dad, threatening them to kill them if they didn't give the answer. They got the answer. And Samson was so gangster, he went and beat up about 30 different Philistines and gave them their clothes, which if you think about it, is gangster. But anyway,
good.
while he's on this journey, okay, he comes across a lion. He rips this giant's head open with his bare hands, just to let you know how strong Samson is. Anyway, after all of this, Samson gets back, and for whatever reason, because these guys were so offended because of whatever he did, they have taken the girl from Timnah, and she has married his best friend.
Yeah.
Okay. Now think about that, Chuck. Somebody marry your best friend. This is your woman, your wife. You love her. You love her dirty draws. And you get to the wedding and you find out that she has married your best man. Samson goes off. Samson kidnaps about 400 foxes. I don't know how he did it. Whatever. Sets them on fire. kills all these crops, goes on a killing spree for about 20 years, killing Philistines left and right. And maybe that was God's will, because maybe God just didn't like the Philistines, okay?
Right.
And he knew what steps were going to do. Anyway, point of it is 20 years later, he meets Delilah. But he never dealt with the hurt that he had from the woman from Timnah.
Yeah.
Now, what's important about this is Samson knew Delilah wanted to kill him. He knew this, but she knew how to talk to him.
Right.
You know what I mean? Oh,
Right.
Samson, you so strong. Baby, you want something to eat. Oh, she just made him feel like a man. And he's been out killing folks for 20 years. He didn't want to lose that.
Yeah.
But the problem was he never got over the woman from Timnah. So the next thing that he saw that looked like love, he said, I'm not letting this go no matter what. I don't care. She is trying to kill me. I'm not letting this go. And that's what led to his downfall.
Yeah.
Fast forward, right, to JPJ. She was his Delilah. I'm not letting her go. Oh, no. That's my whole thing. Oh,
right. And some of you guys in chat, y'all might be thinking like, how this applies to JPJ is exactly what he's going through, right? Like Jack just said, he couldn't deal with that hurt, right? And the thing is, men do respond different emotionally than women do, right? So when men respond, and a lot of times men hold back their hurt, right? They hold it back. They don't lash out like women. The women are quick to respond to being hurt. Yeah. Men will hold it in for months on end, and then when it comes out, it comes out in a way like the world is on fire, like everything is about to, about to fall apart. So, and that's essentially what happened with Jane P. J. Because the tweet that she puts out about her being single. I'm talking about Rashida Jackson. Rakia Jackson. I said Rashida. I'm sorry, I do apologize. But when she put out that tweet of her being single, she probably hadn't told JPJ what was going on. So JPJ probably read that tweet and was like, wait a minute, what's she talking about when she's single?
Right.
So if he had never dealt with that before, he probably responded the same way and couldn't deal with that hurt. And the only way he knew to respond was to go down there and be just as violent as he can get. Because when they finally picked him up off that ground, JPJ off that ground, he looked like he had a sigh of relief on his face because he was significantly hurt. But when they picked him up off that ground, it was a bland look. It was like he was at football practice, right? When he was in his element, in his zone where he likes to be. But when they picked him up off that ground in handcuffs, he had this look on his face. You know how most of the time you see an arrest, most of these guys, they had this look of anger on their face. Like, what are you doing this to me for? Well, he had this look like he was at peace. I don't know why, but if you guys will go back and look at the video, he looked at peace. Now, I don't know why there was the yellow caution tape. I don't know why that was all the way around. Like it might have been a standoff or something. I didn't think it was, but the caution tape was up. So I'm wondering did he actually beat this girl?
I'm guessing for that scene of the crime where he crashed the car, the police having the gun drawn, and they had to rope it off just to do like a full investigation. That would be my detective work behind the scenes of it.
So they might not have had it.
Even her nose is broken. Her nose is broken from the.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
her nose is broken. We don't know how, but her nose is broken, and that in and of itself is at least 8 years.
Well, I'd love to see what definitely transpired between this when I see that report, but also, it doesn't mean anything, but he did have about a good $500,000 worth of jewelry around his neck too as well. So it's like, man, what are you doing? Like, go home.
Yeah.
Like, just see what you said it earlier. Sometimes you win by just walking away.
Just walk away, brother.
Just walk away and win. Like, you don't know this. You had so many opportunities, especially on that plane.
Yeah. And the thing was, the team was actually starting to.
The Lamborghini truck? Or where was the Lamborghini truck? Did you live in Florida? Like, wow. How did you just get the Lamborghini truck? Like, so many things. It's like, bro, you had the opportunity to just walk away, dog.
Yeah.
You know,
and even when he first came to camp, a lot of the teammates, they actually didn't gel immediately with James Pierce Jr. They said a lot of times he would come into the locker room, somebody's radio will be on Bluetooth and be playing, and when he comes in, he takes it over. He turns off whoever it is and put his on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, a lot of the teammates didn't really draw to him until the start of the season, until they start seeing him perform. Then he started, talking to people, and even then, he really didn't have people to hang out with. Like when you saw Michael Penix and Kyle Pitts hanging out, you didn't see James hanging out with nobody. He was that lonely guy because nobody wanted to. I'm thinking he was a hothead probably or a bully type, but the way he carried himself, a lot of people now looking back at other things that happened even in his past, I'm like, oh, okay. And that's like I commented a second ago, like now the I told you so are gonna come out. Right.
Well,
even for a player that's similar to him with his situation, of course, made an impact on the field and did some ridiculous stuff off the field that comes to mind. I remember Greg Hardy.
Yeah.
Greg Hardy had a similar situation like when he pushed the girl on the bed and had the guns on the bed and all that type of stuff, and got involved with, had a lot of police problems off the field, and then he definitely didn't end up back in Carolina. Ended up playing with the Cowboys a couple years later, which, well, I was telling you in the call, T-Well, I'm sure Jerry Jones sitting there like, oh, wait till James Pierce is available. But I don't get him down here in Dallas.
Yeah.
Jack, I just don't know if we live in that world anymore, brother. It's unfortunate, but I do not see him coming back from this. And it is unfortunate because this was so avoidable.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you are not aligned with where you're trying to go.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you are distracted by things that are not as important, because right now it is everything to him. But let 10 years go by, he's not going to be thinking about her.
He sure won't.
She's not going to be thinking about him, but he still has to deal with the consequences of his actions.
He's going to be thinking about how this could have went differently. I know that. And with the amount of money that's being invested into these players now, you can be sure that the NFL now is going to say, okay, we need to start addressing this a little more. But after the Ray Rice situation happened, they were like, okay, they're going to be mandatory domestic violence course classes. So many hours you got to spend into it. They're going to take this thing probably to another step. Where if something like this happens, you're immediately out of the league, that type of thing. Now, this is different from what Aaron Hernandez and Ray Caruth went through. This is different. This is not a murder charge. This is something that you can actually bounce back from, right? And it all depends on how the league looks at it. But if you plan on staying into the league, or the league allows you to come back into the league, it's going to be some complications, some stipulations added to your contract or something. You won't. And like you said, well, I would be surprised if he's able to come back because of the seriousness of it. Because it's
to a WNBA player.
Yeah, and I mean the fact that he took his van, almost $200,000 vehicle, and rammed it consistently, and not once but twice, and then you hear the police officer like, okay, no, there's probably, and you probably want to get a bond.
And for Arthur Blank too as well, he does not look at Arthur Blank at his age right now. He does not want to have any negative attention towards these Atlanta Falcons already than what we've been dealing with the past 8 years on the field. Now he got to wake up tomorrow morning and go through this, dealing with this situation. Everybody in that front office, Matt Ryan, for the first month of Matt Ryan, a real crucial, critical decision has to be made for this young man. And it's just sad. It's just sad. He has a lot of time left in his career to get some healing in. Yeah, but it most likely won't be here in Atlanta.
Yeah,
I don't think he comes back from it. I just
he may not.
We do in 2026. Okay, you can get canceled for stuff you say. Okay, let's be real. You can get canceled for stuff you say. This man went on a Grand Theft Auto barrage today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know what's funny?
Pretty much.
What's weird? Shamar, what's that guy's name from Cincinnati? The one that tried to hold out on his contract, the rookie, Stewart, the one from Texas A&M. There was something in his contract that said if he got into any trouble or if anything happened, his whole contract, his pay was voided.
Yeah.
So I can see, and this could hurt the Falcons in a way where Arthur Blank might have to look at it and say, man, these new players coming in, if they have any off the field issues or any problems, we might have to
Hmm.
look into something like that too as well, where we're
Yeah.
not going to be paying these guys no 40, $50 million. And then week 3, week 4, these guys get into some
Yeah.
problems off the field, and then we're still paying these guys. I can see Arthur Blank stepping up and saying, I don't want to do this type of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
he's running the corner on this age right now. He is not trying to have these off the field issues. This
Right.
is disappointing for Arthur Blank, and he's gonna wake up tomorrow not too happy on Super Bowl Sunday, knowing that
Yeah.
his star player on the
Mhm.
defense is going
Yeah.
through something like this, and he has to make a decision that he hasn't made in almost. When was Prince Shambo gone? 2017, 2013?
Something
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
Hagman was 2017. Shambo
Oh, you
was
got to
like
go all the way back further
2012.
than that because remember he had to deal. Well, Michael Vick wasn't domestic violence type thing, but it still was like legal problems. So
Right.
you have to go back further than that.
Then they got the
And
video of the police officers and
yeah.
the news of the Lambo truck crashing into the girl car and all this. He's seeing
Hmm.
every single detail about that. And
Yeah.
Arthur Blank got some of the best people in the game working around him when it comes to that type of field. So
Yeah.
he not playing that type of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if by the time he gets released from jail, if not in the morning, he doesn't make it till March. He doesn't make it to March 1st.
Mm-mm.
Probably won't. Probably won't.
Uh,
I
It is
wouldn't
what
be
it
a bit
is.
surprised if Arthur Blank. I don't even think. I would if I'm Arthur Blank. I would after looking at what happened. Of the whole case, what happened, what led up to it. I would be surprised if he even addresses it. And he has to because he's the owner. Right? So maybe he doesn't. Maybe he'll let Matt Ryan address it. But like you said,
Oh.
T. Will, I don't think that he would actually actually take time out of his day and say, okay, let's see how we can help this young man get back or
No.
get out of this situation. Because like the domestic violence is one thing to have a DWI, a
Right.
DUI, right?
Right.
And not making light of DWIs and DUIs, but
Right.
domestic violence for some reason has plagued the NFL for some reason, whether it be the wife or it be the player. It has plagued the NFL.
These guys hit each other for a living.
Right.
So
right.
it is very difficult to do that all day and then go home and turn that off.
Right.
You know what I mean? You have to be disciplined.
Mhm.
These guys, off just reflex, have to be trained to whoop somebody's ass. Let's just be real. That's what
Mhm.
this is. These are
Right.
paid warriors. These
Right.
are gladiators.
Right.
And some of them, it's difficult to turn that switch off, right?
Mhm.
It's like the same thing that makes them so good. My wife tells me this about all the time. She tells me this all the time. She says, Terry, your mouth is your blessing and your curse.
Right.
Because I know how to get on her. I know how to get on her damn nerves. I
Hey,
know
good.
how to work her damn nerves.
Look
She
here.
tells-
I don't know, Will. I think your wife and my wife been talking because my
That's
wife
okay.
always feels like all the time like you are too forward.
Right.
You need to start taking account to who listening to you.
Right.
Because I'm like, I don't sugarcoat nothing.
Right.
You know,
I get it. But
I mean, especially if you ask me a question and my viewpoint, my opinion.
I'm gonna tell you, right? But the point is that on the football field, you want to destroy somebody. You want to run through them. But when you go home and take the cleats off and hang them up, you're still that person. There has to be a mechanism to turn that off.
Right.
Ray Lewis was like that back in the day
Yeah.
too as well. Remember, some of us remember old Ray Lewis
Mm-hmm.
when his situation and everything got caught up. Don't want to speak too much on that. Pandemic, you wasn't in here earlier when I mentioned. As I know, this is Matt Ryan's first month, and he has a lot to deal with the new GM and Kevin Stefanski. But even after this situation, this is the moment where Mr. Blank steps in, and this is where Mr. Blank has to say, "You know what, Matt? I'm going to show you. I've been through this. I'm going to show you how it's done." And he's going to go in there and have to make that decision. Yes, Matt will have some say. President of football operations. That is,
Of course.
it's a football player for the Falcons, but Mr. Blank is gonna have to be the one to say, you know what, I'm gonna make an example again, and I have to do it. I did it with Vic, I did it with Ridley, I did it with
Mhm.
Hagman, I did it with Shimbo. Now I
Yeah,
gotta do it with James Pierce.
yeah. Everybody from Stefanski on up is going to be in here. It's going to be on that table, Jack. I think Bob Quinn. I think ultimately he's going to his position has come one of the important positions of on this uh, right now.
Yep, senior advisor.
He's
Yep,
going to be in there. You know,
yep,
he's the advisor to Stefanski, right?
yep.
And he's actually going to be at that table because a lot of people has downplayed Bob Quinn's position for some reason. I don't know why,
He
but
has
this
a major role here with the Falcons.
exactly, and I'm thinking like if I mean like when he speaks, people listen, right? So even like this consulting firm, the consulting firm is going to be like, hey, no, we're not even going to deal with it. Pay him what you need to pay him, let him go if you owe him anything. We're not going to deal with it because he's not conclusive to the plan that we have set when it comes to the business aspect of it. Now, player wise, football team wise, if you see that you can hang on to him or whatever, then that's your decision. But we telling you as a business, you have to move on from it. And the only way to move on from it is to release him from the team. Arthur Blanket has lost enough money already.
Right.
You know, even though the team is worth more.
Corporate sponsors start talking, you don't want to lose them either.
That part. There you go.
You know, the sad part about it is for James, even for the Falcons, and this is an NFL thing. Let's say he doesn't do the amount of jail time that people are expecting, and the Falcons release him. Another team is going to go pick him up and go say the same thing. Oh, yeah, we've heard about the off the field situation, but I think on the field, they're going to try to sweep that under the rug once they pick him up.
Right.
Oh, he's a good player. What he did for Atlanta was this, that, and the third. Those questions will come about, and they will ask him those questions. Ridley had to deal with those questions, too, as well, with the gambling. Yeah. And sure enough, Ridley tried his best to just continue to sweep it under the rug and keep it moving, and now he's playing in Tennessee. But is his football career over at this point? I can't necessarily say. I know it's over in Atlanta.
Yeah,
but some team if they get that opportunity, because even Henry Ruggs right now, if Henry Ruggs gets an opportunity to step back on the field, some team is going to go after Henry Ruggs and say, "Hey, I heard about this guy in the past. I understand his off the field issue." Hell, what's that guy's name that used to get in trouble a long time ago for smoking and getting in trouble? What's the wide receiver from the Browns? The one who used to get in trouble all the time.
Josh Cribbs.
Josh Gordon.
Josh Gordon. Yeah.
He done made his way onto multiple teams after getting in trouble for a bunch of nonsense.
But that's
trying.
That's the wacky tobacco. That's right. A little different. You know what I mean? That's the Mary. That's the Mary Joanna. That's a little different than this, or like if he'd have done this maybe 20 years ago, maybe he would have been on the team tomorrow morning. He would have been back at the practice field tomorrow morning 20 years ago.
Well, here's the thing too. We was on actually when on my show I just got through doing. We had a guy from Tennessee on there, and he was telling us about the situation that they were trying to make light of and actually question James Pierce Jr. character on. They downplayed that situation because what happened yesterday is similar to what James Pierce Jr. did in the past. James Pierce, he didn't do exactly what he did yesterday, but it was along that line, and they downplayed it.
So for him to be that comfortable to go after a cop, bro, you've done this before.
Yeah, you've done this before.
Clearly done this before.
Exactly. But he tossed those cops around like it was nothing. Yeah, so like they were nothing. But the fact is that he crashed out again over a female. Right? And it's not no fault of the female, it's the part that we downplayed it. Or shall I say Raheem or whoever downplayed it to where they were like, oh, okay, well, it was just a one-off thing. Well, now they've seen it's more than just a one-off. This is showing pattern now. And this is just the ones that he's been caught. It's not saying that, that they have never done it in the past or done it before. He's just been caught this time and that time in Tennessee. But you see a pattern now.
And from what I'm seeing too as well, because I see the comment about him not being done in Atlanta. And we respect everybody's comment here. It's just the one thing about it when I'm looking at social media, there's probably maybe the 1% that is saying give him that 4 or 6 game suspension, bring him back. We need a James Pierce. Everybody else who's looking at this is like, man, you effed up, bro. This is bad. And Arthur
And
Blank does not
Twitter
want
is
to
a
be.
fishbowl.
Arthur
Twitter
Blank
is a
does not want
fishbowl.
to be with the 1% on this one. You
Right.
got to
Yeah.
make an executive decision on your level of what you know about business. This ain't football. This
Yeah.
is business.
Right.
And he does not want to show up to training camp. Arthur Blank in those hallways. T-Boy, you seen where I seen Arthur Blank? When he's walking down that hallway heading out to the field. You do not want to be getting yelled at by fans saying, get that abuser off the field. Get that
Right.
such and such off the field. You do not want the protests at training camp when these
Right.
groups start rolling in there talking about we signed the guy and we kept him because he can play on the field. The
Right.
off the field issues weigh out more than the on the field production.
Right.
And Arthur Blank knows that. This ain't the 1980 Raiders or the 92 Cowboys. This is the 2026 Atlanta Falcons.
Right.
Arthur Blank ain't playing that. He is not with the 1%. Now, if there was probably more so people leaning toward, hey, let's see the facts and let's get this. I'm not seeing too much of that. Every one of the content creators, every one of the diehard fans, every one of the groups of fans that I see that's having
Right.
their Twitter spaces and they're talking about this,
Right.
everybody's saying this man done effed up and this is it.
Yeah.
This is your first time is your last time, and that's what it is
Yeah.
with Arthur Blank. They used to
Yeah.
have something long ago with the Falcons. You couldn't even step on the logo in the locker room without getting in trouble. You
Right.
couldn't step on the logo. They weren't playing that type of stuff. And now you have this situation off the field. I know how much of a solid player he is on the field, but reading the reports and seeing everything, if you bring him back,
Yeah.
this could happen again. It could
Yeah.
happen down the line somewhere where we can't go off of, oh man, we gave him a second chance. Arthur Blank don't give second chances.
Not like that.
Not like that. No.
Vic was on a higher level than James Pierce. Hell,
Yeah.
even Calvin Ridley was on a higher level than James Pierce.
Yeah.
They not playing that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Arthur Blank ain't playing it. I ain't even gonna go to, what type of religion Arthur Blank is and everything and going behind the business scenes, but we know it if we all Google who Arthur Blank is. He not playing that stuff.
He's not.
It's over. It's over.
Man,
We
Arthur
just gotta
Blank,
move
Arthur Blank
on.
a gangster. Y'all can downplay it if you want to. Arthur
Hey.
Blank is a gangster.
You gotta move on. We just gotta move on. Them gray suits he trying to show y'all with them gray suits.
Yes,
He ain't
sir.
playing. He ain't playing. As a matter of fact, since Matt Ryan got there, he getting younger and younger. Y'all better stop playing with that boy.
Yeah.
He gonna show y'all. And here's the funny thing:
Uh-huh.
as much as people downplay Rich McKay's involvement with this stuff, I
Mm-hmm.
guarantee you, Rich is gonna be in somebody's ear
Oh, yeah.
saying, "Get him out of here. Get
Yeah.
him out of here."
They
Hey,
honestly,
going-
they have no choice.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, they have no choice. Okay, we don't live in that kind of world. We do
Right.
not live in that kind of world where you
Right.
can caveman a woman anyway. We don't live in that kind of world. Those days
Right.
are gone. Okay,
Look,
those days
just-
they're gone. They're gone.
And just to put it in y'all ear and get y'all to thinking, Arthur Blank bought this team for $545 million.
Mm-hmm.
This team is worth $6 billion now.
$6
Probably.
billion with
$6
a B.
billion. Now let this sink in. The 6 people that helped him get this team to be worth that much, that bought into this team,
Mm-hmm.
6 people, all of them are black, 4 of them are women. You think they're going to sit around and say, hey, we don't care if he does beat women.
Exactly.
We want him to stay.
He
No,
gonna give us another 10 sacks next year. Let him go
Exactly.
beat somebody. They not playing. that.
exactly.
It's,
Now,
it's-
how
it's-
this affects tomorrow's news before the Super Bowl is going to tell you how. No, I'm not even going to say because I don't think he's going to be able to come back. It's going to tell you how much of a chance he get it to come back. Because everybody on that, if everybody in the social media world, the bigger platforms, and they're saying, "Oh, he's done. Oh, he's done."
Mhm.
Yeah, you pencil it in. He's done.
The only way he comes back from this, he's got one path forward, and it may take him 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
But the only path forward is if he falls on his knees and says, "Look, I'm sorry, I have a drug problem." He needs a very
Possibly.
good attorney.
Possibly.
He needs a very good attorney. He needs an Olivia Pope, a king or queen of spin.
Not
I'm
Olivia.
telling you. And he can say, "Look, everything that I did, I was on drugs, my childhood,
To
blah
agree.
blah 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 blah." And if he can attribute it to a drug problem, they're gonna send him to rehab.
Yeah.
To agree or disagree, once Miss Jackson starts speaking, it's over.
Oh,
Almost
I
certain.
agree
It's
with that.
over.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying I'm not
She
saying
ain't holding
for
back,
the
and
Falcons.
them WNBA girls that support her, they
Right.
ain't letting her sit
No,
back and
Yeah.
no, they're not.
they
And I
not letting
agree.
it happen.
I
Yeah.
agree, but I'm not saying he's coming back to the Falcons, Jack. I'm saying
Yeah.
if he has any chance of playing in the NFL, as far
Yeah.
as the Falcons are concerned, he's done.
He's done with the
The
Falcons.
minute he broke
Might have
her
a chance over in Dallas.
that was it. That was
Yeah.
it. That was it.
Yeah.
That was it. I mean, it's no coming back from that. But
Yeah.
if there's one path that he has to another franchise, and he's going to have to sit a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably going to have to join some groups.
Yeah.
He's going to have to get some therapy. He's going to have
Community service.
He's gonna have to give some charity.
And guess what?
Yeah,
Even
charity.
after you do all that,
Uh-huh.
groups that support them females in this situation, they not letting it up.
Oh, I'm sure they aren't. But what
10
I'm
years
saying
from now,
is,
he's still gonna be out there getting heard about it.
what
I
I'm
remember Peter was all over Vic. Peter's still on Vic right now.
They
Still on him.
no, I get it. But what I'm saying is, Jack, another like the Cowboys. Okay, you give him a couple of years. I could see the Cowboys doing something like that. Doesn't mean they will,
Right.
but they have done stuff like this in the past. They're not going to do it now because he's radioactive. But
Right.
you give him a couple of years after he goes to rehab, cleans up his image, starts doing specials against domestic violence, becomes their poster child, then maybe. And I'm not even saying that it's a given, maybe, but that's the only path forward I can see for him. But if he doesn't say that he had a drug problem, if he was clean and sober and doing this,
Right.
it's done kissing.
Yeah.
And to agree to disagree, do I see him playing football again? Yes. Do I see him playing football for the Atlanta Falcons? No.
No.
We agree on that, Jack.
Yeah.
We agree on
That's
that.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
But it ain't gonna be right now.
I'm not giving you any
No, it's not gonna be no time soon.
Nah.
He
it's-
And
done for the
if
Falcons.
correct me if I'm wrong, Michael Vick didn't lose his spot here because of the dog situation in Peter.
Yeah.
He lost his spot here because he lied to Arthur Blank.
He just
to
had
his
to
face.
tell that boy. That man was out there throwing football around,
Yeah.
going back to the house and thinking them dogs up.
Mm-hmm. And all you had to do was when Arthur look. Even after the incident, Arthur Blank pushing this man around in a wheelchair. That's how much he was trusting Michael Vick. So it became a morale thing. It became a "don't you lie to me" type thing, right? So if he had told the truth, Michael Vick probably would have stayed with Atlanta. But with James Jr., it's like Will said, that one shot of saying, "Hey, look, I was high out of my mind." For some reason, those cases tend to get a little leniency, right? Because they say, "Oh, okay, he had an additive in his system that allowed him to act this way." But if you sane and nothing in your system, you don't have nothing to fall back on and say, "Hey, this allowed me to do." You tell me you had the rationality to sit there and do this to somebody. Yeah, you done deal.
And it may not work because, to Jack's point, this was premeditated.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless you was high the entire time, and that's what you're saying. Like, this is like me personally. I don't see him coming back from this. I just don't think we live. Twitter is too much, bro. The Falcons didn't let. Who was it? Kobe Bryant that released early that he was playing, and then they set his butt down for that game because they told him not to say anything, and he released it on Twitter. That was just saying something.
Right.
This dude went full Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
He went, bro. Nah,
That's crazy.
I don't see it.
That's crazy.
I do not see it. And hey, if they keep him, they keep him. But I don't see how they can do that There, you have too many companies that are intertwined.
I would be shocked
Companies care
if
about
they
their
keep
image.
him. I mean,
Yeah.
200% shocked.
Yeah. I
Not
would
even not even a 99% with the 1% chance. I would be totally shocked
Yeah.
if Arthur Blank says, you know what? We gonna keep him. We gonna work with him. I would be truly shocked. And I
Yeah.
guarantee you the backlash that's gonna come from it, Arthur
Mhm.
don't want that smoke. Arthur
The-
don't
No.
want that smoke.
The
Not
law,
at all.
because you got to understand, you got corporate sponsors that'll be like, we can't afford to be seen with you. You gonna do that?
Right.
Okay, we
Right.
can cancel our subscription with you. We're not going to buy those box seats.
Right.
Not that they don't care about the individuals who come and see the game, but make no
Right.
mistake about it. They make a lot of their money from those corporate packages. If
Yes.
some of those corporations start to pull out,
Mhm.
no.
Yeah.
So that's why I think they're going to get rid of them, because you have too many companies that are going to be like, wait, he did what? You
Yeah.
gotta think, a lot of these companies have female CEOs.
Mhm.
The CEO
Big
of
time.
Rams she's a woman.
Right. Right.
You got a lot of these companies that have people, they're not going for that.
Exactly.
I'm talking CEO decision. Oh, you are? Okay, we need you to cancel about 5,000 of those. Yeah, go ahead and cancel them all.
Yeah.
Okay, you get
Exactly.
enough of that? No, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I know
Yeah, but
nobody wants to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hate it for them. You have to, because I mean, it's what we used to say when we were young, just young and dumb. You know, I mean, it's one of those things that you're gonna have to learn from. The thing is, what you lost trying to learn, right? Now, like I said, we did stuff when we were young, and it didn't cost us a whole lot because really we didn't have a whole lot to lose, right?
Well,
but at the same time,
stuff in
we always looked at the consequences too, though.
Yeah,
You know,
we didn't.
Yeah,
Bro, I can't
so,
tell you how many times I went. In my young T Will, I got my license suspended a couple times.
Right.
I love going 130. I done outran a couple of cops. Statute of limitations has passed, but I'm just saying. Like, hey, let me tell you something.
T-Will, you see Craig's comment, the last comment that Craig has posted. You might want to reiterate on that, just in case people might think you're saying that he's just gonna get suspended. He's gonna be a Falcon, so you just might want to touch on that.
Okay, regardless of you, T. Will stating these facts, you got some fans that think he will only get suspended and he will be a Falcon. And hey, man, look, I'm not trying to. If you feel that, look, you are welcome to feel however you want to feel. I am not going to take on anybody tonight who feels like he's just going to be suspended, because it is your right to feel that way, and it is not my job to convince you. I'm trying to just have a discussion with y'all. If some of y'all feel like he's going to be suspended, you have every right to feel that way. Now, I don't agree. No. I definitely don't agree, but you have every right to feel that way. So
I'm concerned that it's 1:30 and Craig has service on his phone. I thought they shut it down.
Stop it.
I thought they got to turn the phones in at a certain point. I thought they got to turn the phone. When they say lights out, Craig, I thought you had to turn the phones in. How's Craig in here at 1:30 in the morning talking about that?
You know what, Jack?
You ain't trying to say he got the toilet paper up to the window, dude. That ain't what you're saying.
Oh my God, that man got the cup with the string on it, talking to somebody else on the other side, sending text messages. That man sending the Raven to somebody. Yeah,
oh
Craig.
man!
Yeah, now Craig.
That is not me.
He said me and JP
Craig
Jr.
fired
look
right
alike.
on back. He said, I didn't know JP and Jack Spade looked alike. He fired right
Oh my goodness.
He fired right on back.
Oh,
hey,
man. Hey, look at that. And they have his mug shot up already. They have it up already. That is crazy.
Bro, this is going to be all over the Super Bowl tomorrow. That's what I'm upset.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it hits the top headline guys, we might as well just say James Pierce Jr. has played his last game as a Falcon. If it heads at the Super Bowl, count it done.
And respectfully, a lot of these things, because there is an innocent until proven guilty. There's a lot of, you have to say allegedly on a lot of these things too as well, for just being on the safe side of just, we're not disrespecting this young man, knowing that I don't know him from a can of paint, but what the facts are being put out there is what we're speaking on right now. So if anything has come across the social media to where we've said some things that have not been put out there. We don't have an inside source. We haven't spoke to the Doral County Police Department. We haven't seen the police report outside of the battery charges and the stalking charges and all that stuff that they put out. We've seen the profile picture. Of course, there's some things that have also been said recently about, her being single and not having a relationship. I do know she was at the Falcons Saint game, which is a month ago. So it's like, that's what toxic relations is, man. You're dealing with somebody and you're not dealing with somebody. You're not married to the person. So when you're dating, one time you're talking to her, the next minute you're talking to somebody else. The next minute, that's how toxic relationships are with the young folks these days. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we wouldn't state anything that, is going to bring the wrong attention this way, because we're just going over what has been put out. And there's somebody reporting on it since the report has surfaced earlier. And he covers Fox News. And of course, the Doral chief police is probably going to talk in the morning. I'm sure we'll see when he gets released, but they will be talking about this for Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, for sure. And get it, guys. Just because, like, right now, the initial report is saying that the 2 counts of aggravated battery, the count of aggravated stalking, fleeing and looting, or aggravated battery on a LEO, resisting an officer without violence, that'll probably get knocked down, right? Because each one of them, it's a felony, but it'll get knocked down depending on what they look at in his past and saying, okay, is this a repeated pattern? But like the 2 counts of a battery, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, both of those times with the vehicle, he's going to get charged with one of those, because, you can't deny that. He took his car, ran into her car. Now, with him trying to hit the police officer, they're going to say, well, maybe the police officer stepped out in the street just a little too far.
So from what the police officer is saying, from what was reported, he said he's lucky to be alive.
Yeah, I can see that.
And when they back the blue, you know what that means.
Yeah, because they say aggravated battery over LEO. Yeah, so right. That's not that. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, low key. I'm agreeing everything you're saying. I can see the misdemeanors probably getting lowballed, but that felony is gonna stick.
Yeah, for sure.
Bro,
they'll get rid of the resisting with officer.
Because it was loud. You picked the wrong climate and the wrong time and the wrong state.
I was just about to say that.
What's good, fellas?
You might have been able to get away with it, but I don't know. Right?
Nah, man.
That nowhere.
What's good, fellas? What's happening, everybody? First off, you
and Eric Parker. Go ahead, Ryan, my brother. Go ahead.
First off, you're not finna get off with that. I say this. God rest my grandfather. So he was a police officer in Jacksonville, Florida, part of the wave of black police officers in the 70s that came through. And it's a lot of stuff that he taught me coming up. And the thing was, he said, the one thing that you don't want to do is get a gun charge in Florida. Yeah. And you don't want to get a resisting arrest in the state of Florida. That right there alone is going for any black man. I'm sorry to put it in there, but there's no white man involved. It's a young black man involved in this.
Yeah.
That dude right there literally has given the Florida district attorney so much evidence to literally not just crush his career. His career pretty much is done. I'm with you on this, T. Will. But it's his future outside of football that y'all not talking about. There's so many delusional fans that want to hold on to this shit. Stuff. It almost came out. I'm sorry. But here's the thing y'all got to realize. You're talking about a young black man in a state that still has undercover Jim Crow. I know this because I grew up in Florida. I'm from Atlanta, but grew up in Florida. So for you that have never lived in Florida longer than 5 years, you don't know what the hell goes on in that state. Because I can tell you right now, it's a ton of Klan members that are sitting on the governor in the government right now for the state. Real talk. So all I'm gonna say is this, T. Wood, because you was cooking earlier when you talked about Samson and Delilah. Hell, I was gonna say David. You had your kingdom right there in your hands.
Yeah.
And you literally screwed it up because of a woman. Because of a woman.
Yeah.
And the temptation that comes with it. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, we as the OGs, and I'm not saying because we don't know him, but let's be real, the dads that are in this situation, the uncles, the cousins, we have failed these young black men right now. We have failed them because guess what? As my granddaddy say, that coochie ain't yours. It's just your turn, nigga.
Right.
Excuse my French. And that's exactly what my granddaddy will tell you. And the sad part about it is you had a chance to not only be a great football player, I can't say what the young man's situation was because again, we all know everybody's situation is different when it comes to some women. We know it's different. But you can't put yourself in a position like this when you're a first round pick. You got a ton of women that's out here. And I'm not trying to tell anybody to go out here and go on a spree, but you don't throw everything away from her. She made it abundantly clear that she didn't want you, bro.
Right.
She made it abundantly clear that she didn't want you. And it's hard. All of us that been through a heartbreak. But I'd be damned if I let a woman destroy me and my future because of that. Because you spoke on this earlier, and I'm gonna shut up and let Eric have it. T. Will, I lost my military career because of my temperament and my mouth. I ain't gonna get into that because God look out for babies and fools. Amen. And I'm one of the fools that God looked out for and gave me a second chance because it could have been worse. But at the same time, I had to atone for what the hell happened. Right. Because I put myself in that spot.
Right. And no. Explain that because again, we're all talking about forgiveness, but you have to atone. You have to be accountable.
This is what happens.
What happens. Yeah.
The way that
No, go ahead, Birdcage.
No, I was just saying the way that you speak about forgiveness is this. You got to forgive yourself first.
Yes.
Before you can hope for anybody to forgive you. Because here's the thing. Right. The way that change starts, you got to recognize that you screwed up. You did it. Nobody else did it. Nobody put a gun to your head. You made that choice. And whatever choice you made, you got to lie in that bed. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
I want to just put in here too as well, Ryan. As you're preaching right now, and for everybody in the chat and for everybody here on the panel, can we name at least one or two players from the Atlanta Falcons under Arthur Blank who had off the field issues where Blank said, "Nah, we gonna give him a second chance. We gonna bring him back."
No,
not that I
zero.
None.
Not
that I.
And we just saw it last year. He didn't but go to the club.
I mean, pretty much, yeah.
No, you're right, Eric. He went to the club. But what I'm saying is, and I guess it's frustrating for me because I'm seeing another young black man that has put himself in the system because of something he screwed up with. Right. He put himself there by making a bad choice. My little cousin just signed a scholarship yesterday to go to Clark to play football. He chose because they gave him the most. He had a couple of schools, but he chose to go there. And I told him, enjoy the moment. But the one thing you need to understand, and I sent him this, what was going on with JPJ. I said, enjoy your moment, but realize you can lose everything in a split second because of a bad decision. One bad decision. And everything you worked your ass off to get to, you lose it. Yeah. And the world is not forgiving. Everybody ain't going to forgive you because of what happened, even if you serve your time. Yeah. We got to do better in our community by looking out. And when I say look out, I ain't saying you take kids. If you're a coach, if you're a mentor, if you're in somebody's life that's young, whether it's black men, black women, it don't matter. But I'm speaking on young brothers right now. And you see these cats getting ready to make these same dumb decisions that you make, you got to get in their face whether you want to or not, even if they don't listen. It's your responsibility to pass the knowledge off to them about how to conduct themselves and not put themselves in that situation. Right. And they do it, that's on them. But if you are not out here mentoring and talking to your kids or kids that you're looking after or people that you're helping, you're part of the problem.
Yeah. Right. Hey, Eric, give us your thoughts on this, sir.
I mean, he pretty much said it all, but it is you can't make nobody love you. is the thing with
Say
what
that.
he's trying to do. You cannot make nobody love. You don't care how beautiful you think she is or he is or whoever.
Yep.
You can't make nobody love you.
Right. Love don't love nobody.
Right.
So Ryan, I know you know that song. Love don't love nobody. It takes
That was the
Ryan?
was the Spinners who sang that song.
But what does it take? It takes a what to learn?
It takes a fool to learn.
It takes a
Mhm.
fool to learn.
God,
It takes a fool to learn
God rest the lead. God rest Felipe Wine, who is the lead singer on that song.
Now, if something comes out in the report where there's some misleading facts that wasn't reported, and they do their internal investigation, and Arthur Blank decides, hey, you know what? We're going to look into this matter and probably look into keeping James Pierce Jr. I would truly be completely shocked because still the fleeing from the police officer, just the charges alone bring up a lot of questions for a
Yeah.
guy like Arthur Blank.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the NFL is not going to do if they do their investigation, that's what you don't want is Roger Goodell getting involved because
but he's going to have to.
it's going to be even worse than Arthur
Yeah.
Blank.
Jack,
Yeah, this is serious.
Yeah.
You better just hope he can get. You better just hope he can get off with the Florida DA. You better just hope he can get off legally first. I ain't worried about Goodell. I'm thinking about him in the state of Florida because
he's not going to. You already know he's not going to.
But the thing is though, innocent until proven guilty because we've seen many things happen. So, but in this situation, they got him on film fleeing the law and fighting the law. They got it on video, unfortunately.
And we haven't seen the full TMZ video of the traffic light and crashing into the car, but everybody got Ring cameras and camera phones.
Yeah. But the thing is, what makes all of this, what makes all of this so bad?
It didn't happen indoors. Everything happened outside.
Nope.
So we can wake up tomorrow morning with a brand new video where it's like, oh shit, he really messed up.
Yeah, remember the traffic light. Remember the traffic light cameras.
Yeah. Hey guys, to Jack's point, you're gonna have TMZ buying videos left and right. So each day you're gonna get this video and that video. In 2 weeks' time, he's gonna be public enemy number one.
The first official
brother, he already is public enemy number one.
Listen. The one fact that's kind of kicking everybody right now, she tried to get away and he chased her.
Yep.
And then his car
and her
car.
What makes this another level, right? Like Ryan said, right? Even though with all the charges that he got, they may throw out one or two of them. But the one thing that's damning is the fact that it happened in Florida. Georgia is one of those states. You know, you get Georgia, one of those states that you can pretty much get slapped on the wrist. I can do it a little bit, big low. I can sing a little bit, but the one like Georgia is one of these states that you can get slapped on the hand with a couple things, right? But when it comes to Florida is one of those states, man. I'm telling you, like that officer said, he's lucky to be alive, and not just because it was a black cop that was arresting him, and it wasn't because it was a black cop that said that. He's lucky to be alive because of how it all went down, right?
Thank you.
I mean, because a white cop or a black cop could have shot this young man, right? He don't know how.
He don't get like a lot of these people keep saying, oh, well, Rasheed Rice got off. Y'all don't understand this. Yeah. In the state of Florida, they bury folks. Have y'all ever heard of this? Have y'all ever heard of the story of the Groveland Four? That Thurgood Marshall, it's Black History Month, so yeah, I'm gonna drop a historic fact for you. Did you ever hear about the story of Thurgood Marshall defending 4 innocent black boys? 2 of them was murdered by the cops. Yeah. This stuff been going on forever, but y'all want to sit here and turn a blind eye. He lucky he walked out of there in cuffs instead of a damn body bag. Yeah. But nobody wants to see that.
Look, and the reason
hold on one sec. I want to go to the chat, because this is interesting. If you guys feel like, okay, I'm going to give you 3 choices. If you feel like JPJ is done with the Falcons, but he has a chance to be with somebody else, drop a 1. If you feel like the Falcons are just going to suspend him and this thing will just blow over, drop a 2. But if you feel like he is done, as far as the NFL, drop a 3. Again, done with the Falcons, but with another franchise, drop a 1. Will only be suspended by the Falcons, drop a 2. Done in the NFL, drop a 3. I'm curious to see how you guys think.
And just for a reporter that covers the Falcons, I mean, Zach Klein tweeted it about an hour or two ago. The amount of texts and calls he's receiving from the NFL front office. That's just a reporter. I can't even imagine what Arthur Blank is getting right now.
Yeah.
And these are not,
Exactly.
managers and offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators. These are the big wigs.
Yeah.
And they're seeing what they're seeing. And I'm sure, as we're doing on this podcast, they're getting their information right now at 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning. Even for those that's in San Francisco 3 hours behind us, they're getting all the information they want. And they're going to press Arthur Blank tomorrow morning. They're going to press him.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to say,
Yeah,
you see this right here? This is unacceptable for the NFL. And don't forget, though, this young lady plays in the WNBA.
Yeah.
And she's a star.
This ain't no Instagram girl. This ain't no OnlyFans girl. Not saying that it's allowed, but this is a star player.
She's not a TikTok girl, though.
NBA.
Y'all
And the
best believe not on
WNBA right
TikTok.
now,
If-
the WNBA is going through a situation where they're talking about they're not even being paid the right amount of money to play
right.
basketball. And they're trying to battle the court case with that. So now one of their star players is dealing with this from a rookie player in Atlanta. They're going to be pressing Arthur Blank. He's going to be waking up to about a good 1,000, 2,000 texts and calls.
Y'all want to hear something interesting? Most of the fans in the chat don't feel like he's done in the NFL. Some of them do, but if I'm looking at the reports, a lot of them feel like, I'm not going to say most, but I'd say at least half of them feel like he's just going to be suspended by the.
We're also doing a survey for about a couple hundred people in the chat versus what happened to Deshaun Watson, what happened to Greg Hardy, what happened to and Dominique Shea from the Cowboys years ago, what happened to some of these people. They all had their second chance. It just wasn't with the same team.
Right.
And it's going to be down the line. Don't forget, he's only 20, 27, 28. Even Henry Ruggs is trying to get back in the league right now.
Yeah.
And they're all
Man, that Negro just trying to get some freedom at this point. What you mean? He's still locked up. Y'all sitting here talking about playing football.
Locked up for that?
Yeah, you can get locked up for that. Think about it. You're resisting arrest, and the way that they're going to suspend this stuff. I keep saying it, but don't nobody want to damn hear it. Pandemic, we understand this because guess what? You grew up down there in South Florida. I was in Northeast Florida. So we already know how the state government is. And then it's a celebrity on top of that. They finna try to make an example.
Look,
and T. Will, you said this earlier, bro. Look at the climate that we're in right now.
Right.
And look at what Florida is doing. And I'm not trying to make this about politics or nothing, but just be honest. Look at how the governor is running that state.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
And look, check it too. 3 or 4 of these charges, all of them have aggravated attached to it.
Right.
Exactly.
4
Well,
of them
more
have
than one count
aggravated.
too. Like some of them are 2 counts.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Some of them 2 counts.
On law enforcement. So you talk about a count of deadly aggravated battery with a deadly weapon with a vehicle, and then you got aggravated battery on an officer. So those 2 and both of those are aggravated.
Yeah.
So yes, he will.
And they are all felonies.
Yeah, and they're felonies. Even on his first offense.
Even with the stalking, that right there is 5 years off the rip.
Right.
Aggravated stalking.
Aggravated stalking.
You're going to wake up in the morning and find out brand new information. We're going to find out so much information by the time Super Bowl starts. It's going to be like, man, this kid.
Hey, T. Will, the sad part about it?
What's that?
We all laugh and make the joke about it or whatever. Like, boy, he trying to find her in the daytime with a flashlight. He damn sure was trying to find her in the daytime with a flashlight. I'm just keeping it clean right now, because boy.
Yeah.
You know what
I said it earlier, Birdcage, about how he got traffic light with her. Like, how did you find out where her location is?
He might have had her location.
He might have had her, yeah.
Hold tight one sec. Hey, y'all in the chat, man, let's not look it. We don't know what's gonna happen, okay? But we are all Falcons fans. let's not bicker on whether or not he's gonna be here or not. To be honest with you, we're only going off of our opinions. None of us know.
Sure.
Guys, we are all disappointed right now. We are all Falcons fans, and we trying to be together, man. Look,
Right.
the world don't want us Falcon fans to be together. We got to be together, y'all. We got hey, Ryan, what
See,
you
Will, we've been split since they hired Kevin Stefanski. This made it even worse.
Ryan, I need you with me now. Ryan, I need you with me. Now, what did that lady say in that movie? She said 5 fingers by themselves can't do it. But you pack them in one fist and you can pack a mighty blow.
And them diabetes cost her damn leg too.
Hey,
He was right on that.
We got to be together. Seriously.
Yeah.
We got to be together, y'all. We don't know what's going to happen. And look, I respect everybody's opinion because you guys have the right to feel how you feel. And guys, I know you're not mad with each other. You're just upset. As we are
very upset.
You're upset. We're upset. We are all disappointed because we really love JPJ and we are all disappointed. But at the end of the day, guys, we're not going to get anywhere turning on each other. You know what I mean? We got to stand together. I know we're hurting right now, but we are all Falcon fans. Damn it, we all don the red and black, and we got to stand together. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't make me sing "We Shall Overcome." Damn it! Now,
at the end of the day,
oh Lord, he said we should overcome. Hey man, if you gonna sing something, we ain't finna do the Dr. King. I need you to sing "Freedom Got a Shotgun" because we trying to see what the deal is with this here.
Yeah,
Freedom Got a Shotgun.
The level of disappointment is probably at a 10. The level of concern of what the Falcons are going to do is probably at a 10.
Yeah.
But the fact that we're fans arguing with each other, I've seen some posts on social media where people are calling some people out about certain things.
Yeah,
it doesn't go to that level because Falcons ain't paying me $17 million to get out there and play football.
There you go.
Right.
But at the end of the day, this is a Matt Ryan, Arthur Blank, Bob Quinn NFL decision.
Yep.
And whatever decision they go off of, I know where I'm going to be week 1. I know where I will be. I know where Eric's going to be week 1. So it's like I'm here to see the Falcons play football, but this is a level of disappointment and concern that is unexpected.
Yeah, we are all disappointed, man. We are all feeling it because we got a defense. You know what I mean? And look, I'm not making light of it. I'm simply saying that right now we are all in a state of mind where we are trying to process just what happened. And the fact, again, that it's almost like 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. Right. But here's the thing about it. We knew this was a possibility when we drafted him. That's why, and to be honest with you, and I'm going to take it a step because somebody referred to this. If JPJ would have gone to the Steelers with James, what's his name? Was James Harrison? I think he'd have been all right because it would have been somebody in that locker room that would have got him in line. Okay. Yeah. If there's certain locker rooms, it's certain things just ain't they're not gonna play. Right.
Yeah, and now, we didn't have that we didn't have no better leaders.
You're right. The Steelers got a good track record. Just Antonio Brown and Pickens are the only 2 that they had problems with. And they was
Calais Campbell was still here.
And AB.
Big difference.
And AB. But
even for the comment earlier that I was saying, where's the person that checks up on these players and finds out how they're going through their day and everything? This is the off season.
Right.
But I don't even think this is that kind of situation though, because when somebody think they in love with somebody, they're not gonna listen to what you're saying. No way.
Thank you.
I don't care who's saying what. When you think you in love with somebody, you got blinders on for her.
Yeah.
This
is whatever. And your homeboy, your mama, your daddy, everybody could be telling you, nah, she ain't good for you, bro. See this, see that. And you ain't hearing that.
How's that song go, Eric? When a man loves a woman, Ryan, I know you know it. I know you know it.
That's Percy Sledge.
Percy Sledge, yeah.
But no, if I'm singing the song or whatever, it ain't gonna be that or whatnot. It's gonna have to be that Bobby Womack, you welcome to stop on by. Because guess what? He tired of being that dude that's in the cut, and he want to get back right where he was at the beginning. Come on, man.
At the end of the day, he could have just moved on and lived his life.
Yeah.
Let's go back to what my man was saying earlier, though. This really, you got to take care of your kids and raise them right and teach them that you don't do stuff like this. You don't crash out over no female like that.
And same with females. You don't crash out over no dude either. Both.
Over nobody. What is the point of that? Now what you got? You ain't finna get her doing that. So what's the point of it?
Because here's the sad
what's
part.
Gonna be interesting, what's going to be interesting, and I can't wait to see it if the footage ever comes out, is not what led up to it, but once he got there, was trying to get into her car. I want to see the level of aggressiveness of him trying to get into her car, because he had already rammed the car twice. So I want to see the aggressiveness. Because like they were reports saying how injured she was, and I'm wondering if was the injury from him ramming the car, or did he actually hit her before she got in the car? Right? Because like Jack said, it's a lot of stuff that's going to come out tomorrow, or maybe even the next day about exactly what happened. Right? There's a reason to off like that. Maybe she was running from him, but she was already running.
But pandemic, it's the other thing. Pandemic, it's the other thing you got.
This ain't even about the player no more. This is about the off the field issue.
Facts.
Hey,
think about it, pandemic. How many? Let's be real.
I'm sorry, Ryan. Look at Craig's comment. To be honest, when he drafted him with the character issues, I didn't think he was that type of crazy. And I'm pointing this out. Because I'm just saying, like, some of y'all really don't know who y'all are dealing with when you start, and then you deal with it, and you love Bob them, and you drop all this on them, okay? And then you find out. Now, guys, y'all know I got For My ATL Movies one, shameless plug. And I watch a lot of movies, okay? And I'm a little, I don't want to say I'm ashamed to admit this, but I love me some Tubi movies. Oh my God, I love Tubi movies, okay? Y'all don't judge me. Y'all do not judge me. Okay. All right. So in this one movie I saw the other day, I forget, I think it's called Crash Out. But anyway, this guy starts dealing with this woman, right? And he's a teacher, and she's a student, college teacher. Okay, she's grown woman. Okay, but whatever. But anyway, she's telling him that, oh, they took my kids from me, and I have to go to court to get my kids back. Now, if it's me, because I'm old, right? I'll be thinking to myself, what did you do for your kids to be taken from you? Like, I would, like, they don't just take kids away from the mother. You get what I'm saying? They might take them away from them. They don't just take kids away from the mother. But that's me. But anyway, he starts dealing with this lady, okay? And she is card carrying crazy, okay? She tries to kill a bunch of people. It's like, but so when Craig said that, I felt him on that, because maybe the Falcons didn't know he was this, I don't want to say crazy, but this disturbed, right? Maybe they just thought, oh, we'll get him and he'll be okay, and we'll get him with the right guy. But maybe they didn't know what was in him, and that he was this disturbed. What do y'all think about that? Give me your thoughts on that.
I think they knew he was crazy. I think we all knew he was crazy, but this is next level crazy. This is
see, Will.
This ain't just. I mean, when he first got there, he tried to fight the whole team. We knew he was crazy.
Yeah.
So that was the clue right there.
Hey, not
every
once,
day, Dame Pierce fighting somebody else.
Twice.
Every day.
At the end of the day, it's just like this here, and I just hope that he can get his life off the field straight, because right now it's gonna be in shambles. But at the end of the day, this chick gonna be with another dude soon, and he finna be fighting all these charges, possibly sitting behind it. No, I'm not laughing. I'm actually being for real when I'm saying this.
I know.
And getting back to the point of that, your freedom now is in jeopardy while she getting ready to have another dude or
You make
or a
money.
lady because we live, or a lady because we live in the times we live in,
We do.
up in
You're
her
right.
house,
You're right.
eating up all the fruit snacks and all
Yeah.
that stuff in the house while you sitting behind that jail cell at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And the sad part of, and I'm just being honest, you can't. This is where we got to come in at. We got to start teaching people when somebody say no, don't mean no. Let it go.
Right.
It's not worth your damn freedom, and it's
It's not.
not worth you putting yourself in harm's way. You just
Right.
cost yourself money that you worked your ass off to get to the NFL to get,
Mm-hmm.
and your
Exactly.
freedom. That's what you
Mhm.
just cost yourself.
Hey,
Now,
And to your, oh, go ahead.
go ahead, Jack.
No, and to your point, T. Will, they're not married. They have no kids
mm,
together.
Hey,
And as far as we're concerned, they're not even in a relationship. He just went full
nope.
crash out.
hey,
Yeah.
let me ask y'all a question. Y'all ever date somebody that that shall we say just crashed out on y'all? Pandemic, I know you have. I can look at you.
Look, I'm still dealing. Still 30 years later. 30 years later, I'm still dealing with it.
All right, pandemic, don't get put on the couch tonight.
don't
You
do
sleep
that,
with
No,
one
no,
eye
no.
open.
Hey, look,
Birdcage, they talking about
look,
this all they wives
guys,
sleep
look
right
here.
now. As soon as they wake up, they
Once
gonna
me
find
and my
out what's
wife
going on.
listen, once me and my wife start this channel, she could tell the story better than I can because she still deals with the young lady's sister, right?
Mm.
Oh,
So
okay. So this is another.
this
Oh,
is
wow. Okay.
this is 30 years later, and this girl just can't let go.
You can't let it go.
She
Look
can't
what
let
you
it go.
did.
Look here.
better let
Look what you did. See, this is why y'all can't trust Navy. Hey, T. Wood, that's why you can't trust a Navy seller. They ain't worth two dead
Hey
flies
man,
smashed.
look, and all I did was simply move on from her because I
Right.
noticed her level of crazy, right?
Right.
When it came to, I really don't want to speak on it because then everybody would, I ain't gonna say
Right.
everybody would know, but a
Right.
lot of people would
Right.
know who she is, right? So,
Right.
but it's things that she did within the relationship that I
Uh-huh.
picked up on real quick, and I'm
Mm.
like, oh no, not happening. So
Red
I let
flag.
her know, like, hey, look, I can't do it. And
Right.
see, to her, I was breaking up because of my wife. And it wasn't because of my wife. It was because of her.
Right.
Things
Right.
she did.
Right.
And I mean, when I say she did stuff it was almost sinister,
Yeah.
right?
Hey.
So like you said, a Tubi movie, you would have saw this movie at some point in the future. So
Look, hey, we gotta talk offline about that because
but like I said, once
yeah.
me and my wife, when we start this channel, she can tell the story better than I can, and she would know
Hey,
my wife
Lord.
to start something. She would probably put names on it, so I don't know.
Lord.
We'll see.
Don't do that. The people sue, but hey, I will.
Yeah,
I'll definitely subscribe. Ryan, you ever have anybody go a little cuckoo on you?
Yeah, I was 19. Before I get to my story, see, that's what happened when you stop giving up your CPay like that. Pandemic, you stop giving her that CPay money. That's why she went crazy on you. But nah. And here's the bad part. I caught mine in the back seat of the car with one of my teammates. I was in high school when that happened.
Oh,
Yeah, but no, it was cool though. Cause guess what? At the end of the day, I was player about it. I walked off. She couldn't handle it. I was like, oh yeah, go ahead and take care of my seconds. You got it. And I said it just like that, walking off. And I was young and stupid at the time.
Yeah.
Man, God looked out for me that day. Cause she was like, Ryan, she got out of the car. I said, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Thomas, Ryan, nigga, we finna talk. I said, no, we not.
Yeah.
God tapped me on the shoulder, said, hey, turn around. Man, I didn't turn around. She didn't slice me with the razor, bro.
Oh,
I got
wow.
the scar on my I got the scar. Yeah, I got the scar on my forearm still to this day from it. And that was I was 19.
wow.
And that was a day. I'll never condone domestic violence ever. I tried to break her jaw.
Good
I was
grief.
bleeding. Went to the hospital, got stitched up. Didn't say nothing to my mama about it. She just said, what happened to you? Accident in the weight room, da 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 da. Got stitched up, pretty much kept it hush hush. I told my mother years later, my mom still wanted to go get the chick. And ironically, T Will, she tried to holler at me right before I went to the military. I saw her at a gas station. I gave her the number. I thought stuff changed. I'm like, me being stupid. I was like, I'm gonna hit that one more time. Worst decision I made. And that heifer tried to run me down with a car. I had to get the police involved, man. And I wasn't the first. And the sad part about it is, I wasn't the first dude that happened. I went and looked at the record when they pulled it up. She had attempted manslaughter 3 times. Tried to run a guy over with a car, and then she shot at somebody.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've had that happen before.
No, and you know what? You're blessed. You're blessed that she didn't go to the authorities because, you know, again, a lot of times they don't believe the guy. Even if you might have a scrape or whatever, that you are, because it gets real, man. It gets real.
People don't realize how crazy folks are. Even when they're in the wrong and you catch them, sometimes it happened like that. So yeah, that was my situation. So
no, man, I'm glad you're able to get away from that, man. The main thing is just, guys, you gotta know when to walk away. And look, I'm not saying she did that. Okay, I'm not saying she did that. I'm using the juxtaposition of his behavior versus, you know, any mate that you're dealing with that does that. Look, you know, again, I'm not gonna name names, but you know, I had a young lady to do some damage to my car. Now, ultimately, if I had been up front, right, then she probably wouldn't have done that. But you know, I'm young T-Will. So, you know, I'm stupid, you know, young and dumb, trying to be a player. And but I tell you what, man, when I walked outside and saw that car, woo, oh, it hurt. Oh, it hurt. Oh, it hurt. Let me tell you something, man. It's funny. I was living with my mom then, and I think her car was down or something. So she comes in, and she's like, Terry, if you had an accident, all you had to do was tell me. I was like, Mama, what you talking about? She's waking me up. You know, I've been out Saturday night partying. I'm like, Mama, what you talking about? She's like, if you had an accident, all you had to do was tell me. I was like, Mama, I didn't have an accident. She's like, son, you don't have to lie to me. If you had an accident, all you had to do was tell me. I was like, Mama, I didn't have an accident. She's like, go outside and look at that car. Man, bruh, the whole front quarter panel was bent in like a U. Like the whole, I don't know what she hit that car with, but oh my God, right? And I love that car. Okay, I love that. I'm physically.
That's why she did. Love that
car. You love that car like Uncle Steve loved Desmond Ritter, huh?
I love that '85 Toyota Cressida. It's 30 years ago. Okay. Oh my, bro, that hurt.
We still hear the pain in your voice.
That hurt. Man, let me tell you something. There's 2 cars. Well, okay, the one I got with my keys. I love you, baby. I'm not cheating on you. You got to talk to those cars. That's a whole nother story. I'll tell y'all offline. But the 2 cars I really, really love. I got in the accidents in. That was that '85 Cressida. Okay, I love that thing. I took that thing to prom '85, and I went 140 on 285 at 3:00 in the morning. And I felt like God was riding with me, like I'm on the heavens. Like, oh my God, it was great. Okay, I love that car. I love that car. Okay, and what she did to that car. If I see her today, I'm not speaking to her. Okay, I'm just letting you know I'm still upset about it. I didn't appreciate it. Wow. She didn't have to do that. Okay, and then
you allegedly will pray that she stub her toe. I'll leave it like that.
Yes. Okay.
I got you, T-Will. I got you, bro.
Heavy rock. Okay. And then the other one, I had like a '92 Cressida. Oh my God, that thing was beautiful. It was white. It was beautiful. My wife helped me get it, and I will forever love her for helping me get that car. That car was the best car I ever had in my life. And this idiot, I'm driving in the rain, and he pulls out in front of me, and there's like a turn, but it's at a 90 degrees. So if I make that turn, I'm going into a ditch. Okay. If I try and swerve, I'm going to hydroplane. So I did the only thing, which is what I could do is I sped up to hit him and spun him. So that way he could take the impact, but it totaled my car. Oh my God. But anyway, long story long, bottom line is, you got to know who you're dealing with, man. They're red flags that people show you, and you got to know when to walk away. There are a lot of men in prison today, okay, for stuff that they probably could have walked away from. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Look, I dated a girl that liked to hit. That she liked it. She liked to fight. She like I'd just be sitting down and she just want, and I'd be like, "Hey man, hey,
What?
I'm not
You should have.
okay?
Hey man,
No, hold on. You got to hear this story. You got to hear this
you
story.
should have picked up your pimp cup and said, "We ain't doing this. Give me my money."
Bruh. You got to hear this.
No way.
No, I'm serious, but she just liked to brawl. I don't know what the hell was wrong with her. So one day she does it, and I'm not in the mood for it. And I'm like, look, I'm not gonna hit you, but I can't do this because dealing with you, one of us is gonna die, or one of us is gonna be in jail. And I care about myself too much. And I let her go. Okay. This is a true story. I cannot make this up. This had to be 91. So about 6-7 years later, I'm working at this cable company. I ain't talked to this woman in years, right? And you know how people call in I was in customer service. People call in for their bill. People call in for repair. I think she called in to make an arrangement on her bill, and she got me. Okay. And I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" She was like, "Hey, how you doing?" Blah, 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 blah. Help her with her bill or whatever, blah, blah, blah. So about 3 months later, she shows up to my job. I can't make this up, right? And guess what, guys? She's like 8 months pregnant. I ain't seen this chick in 8 years, right? So my boss, who knows my wife, by the way, comes back and it's like, exactly. He's like, I can't make this up. He's like, there's a pregnant woman and she wants to see you. And oh, by the way, she has a black eye, right? So they're looking at me like, who the hell did we hire? So I walk out, we go to my car because I'm embarrassed. Okay. I know how folks, what they think. I don't want them thinking that about me. And we start talking, and she starts telling me about how her significant other basically beat her up. But in my mind, I'm thinking the whole time that I know her, but you're the aggressor. You get what I'm saying? Now, here's the story. He ended up doing 8 years in jail, but I know for a fact she started most of the fights. I know she did because I know her. So the whole point of it is, if you're dealing with somebody like that, walk away. Walk away.
Yeah.
Walk away. It's not worth your freedom. It's not worth the consequences that come with it. Sometimes you just got to walk away. You know what I mean? Because and the reason I took her to my car was I was afraid of my wife. I'm like, oh Lord Jesus.
T. Will, you still afraid of your wife? Why you still making that? So you telling that lie?
Damn right. But let me tell you something. If my wife, as a matter of fact, I called my wife to tell her because I didn't want anybody to call her. But I was like, hey, whoa, hey. This what happened.
You stopped it before it happened. Smart man.
Let me tell you something. If
Will got ahead of it.
Let me tell you something. If my wife had just come to drop my lunch off, Lord, I don't think I'd be here, guys. Eric know my wife. Eric, you think I'd be here? You think I'd still be alive?
Hey, Eric, you remember what I said?
Like twins. You would have had a matching black eye with her.
Hey, Eric, remember what I said at the beginning of this when we started really talking about this? God look out for babies and fools.
Yeah.
So T. Will, all of us have been fools in our lifetime at something. Yeah. And God has looked out for us because it's a lot of situations where some of us should either not be here or some of us should be locked up right now with some of the stuff that's done happened. So I feel you when you say that, T. Will.
Now, the whole point is you got to walk away. You get what I'm saying? Like, bro, I'm not, if I got to fight you, I'm leaving. There's not like, first off, I'm not going to put my hand on a woman. I'm not going to do that. Okay. But if I got to defend myself against you, if every day I wake up, you are attacking me, it's not worth it. It is, bro. Right. You're going to find somebody else. Life will go on. It's look, at 55, you know what I want, fellas? I just want
peace.
I just want peace. I want to be able to watch a game with my Cheetos and my other stuff. I'm not smoking and enjoy myself. Okay, I'm not. Look, I got probably. I got more time behind me than I got in front of me. Okay, I'm trying to enjoy myself. I'm not trying to go through this. And that's what's so sad about, to bring it back to JPJ, that's what's so sad about this, is this man is probably going to be incarcerated for some time and really get to himself and think about what he lost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're absolutely right.
And it, you know what I mean? And it's like, look, man, it's bro. When y'all ever get in trouble and your mom or your daddy tell you, hey, go sit in that room. Okay. After they beat your behind. First of all, they tell you that lie that this is gonna hurt you worse than it hurts me. That's a lie. but
no, it's not.
Hey, look.
Okay.
When my sons were little, that actually was true. It hurt me a lot to to discipline my sons like that. And I know I was hard on them, but I knew I had to raise men and not boys, right? But it's sad that James PJ is going to have to go sit somewhere, and it's sad that it's going to take this to get him to sit down and be quiet so he can think about it long enough. But if it had not have happened, right, he would have never got that opportunity to go sit down and reflect on certain situations, certain things in life that he needs control and that he don't have control over, right? And it's sad that he have to go through this just to get him to do it. I mean, like Eric said, but it's sad how love has men like that, and it's not just men; it happens to women too. Love has those blinders on us, right? We cannot see no wrong that person does, or even our own wrong. We just can't do it. And so when we hear that no, or it's not going the way we want it to go, and James Pierce, in his case, was he lost it. He never had the opportunity for someone to say, no, I don't want you. So when he got
love? Is that love? Is that love or
him? It may be because he wanted more out of the relationship. He wanted. I'm gonna be real. Literally love this girl probably.
It's a song that applies to.
Because Jack was saying something that to the fact that she posted a tweet that's saying she was single. I don't think she had already told him that. I think he saw that tweet and then that's what he reacted on. That's just my speculation. Like I said, we won't know everything the in and outs until later, but it just said that it's going to take something like this to get his attention, right? You can't keep crashing out like this because at some point it was going to happen because he did it before in college. He did it before again at the tail end of his career. Then he came here, had the 2 fights and on the field, and then he went into the locker room and somebody else's music was playing. He kind of debowed that and took over that, and they say he did that daily. So he didn't make any friends when he came here. So it's like his what they call it.
You might as well go ahead and say this, T. Will. I'm gonna drop one for you because y'all been picking songs all night. I'm gonna drop one for you. Arthur Blank at this point, when it comes to players that might have a questionable past, this song applies to them. I wish you didn't trust me so much. I wish you didn't trust me so much.
Is that Bobby Womack?
If y'all, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Think about it, man. Like, look, every time you want to give a player a situation to where they have questionable past, we all want players that have some questionable past, but depending on what it is. In this situation, Arthur Blank really is probably singing that song. I wish you didn't trust me so much. I guarantee you that song is playing in his head right now. Because look at what happened. This is not the first time that he's dealt with a situation with a guy that's had great potential and is gone to the wayside.
Yeah.
I just hate, like I said again, I just hate seeing a young brother that had an opportunity to change a lot in his life, put himself back behind the 8 ball, and he has to sit and cool his heels to figure his life out. And truthfully, your life was ahead of you, and you let, as they say, as the old people say, The stuff was so good it got you looking for it in the daytime with a flashlight.
Mm-hmm.
You
My
let that
granddad say,
mess you up.
my granddad called them split tails.
You let
Man, see, are we keeping it clean? Because it's T Will. You know, if we was on the eye test, you know
Yeah,
we be saying the other word.
let's keep
yeah,
it
yeah,
clean.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, it really didn't take my granddad to tell me about women. It took my grandmother. And grandmama didn't pull no punches. And when I say she didn't
Facts.
pull no punches, there were no what they used to call them pocketbook. They used to call women parts pocketbook. They had all kind of cute names for what they call a vagina, right? But
Whoa!
grandma,
Come on, man.
grandma was like, huh? Oh, you can't say
Oh, they
say
call it
that.
nah.
My bad.
Well, just call it a snatch, like a snatch purse. That's what that's what grandma called a snatch purse.
Look,
I'm gonna stick with pocketbook. I'm gonna
hey,
stick with pocketbook.
you cannot
I'm
use
stick with
any other
pocketbook.
colloquialism for that word, okay?
Yeah,
Let's
Okay.
pocketbook.
you know the old folks call it pocketbook, you know.
Right,
But
okay.
grandma called it what it is, you know, like we called it. So
Yep.
grandma didn't pull punches, you know. And the thing is, I don't think anybody has ever grabbed James Pierce Jr. and said, "Hey," told him about the facts of life, you know, the ins and outs, the no's and the do's and don'ts. I don't think he had that. I don't think there was that accountability given to him. I think everybody saw this phenomenal athlete that's growing up and they just allowed him to do whatever he wanted him to do or whatever he wanted to do. He didn't have, he may have had a couple people come along and say, "Hey man, don't do that." But they didn't give him the whys. They didn't give the no's, you know, and the thing that he will face later in life. They didn't give him that. And now that he's getting that, he don't know how to react to or respond.
Right. He doesn't know how to deal with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think life skills. I mean,
yeah, no, you're right. My daddy used to tell me, "I'm gonna tell you no now, so the world doesn't have to do it later." My daddy would always tell me, "Look, I'm raising you to be an adult, not to remain a child. Okay, son, you can do whatever you want, but the world is going to function a certain way. Okay, if you got a job, you need to be there on time. If not, you know what's going to happen. You got to do certain things. And when you, and again, I don't know his upbringing, so it is not for me to speak on that. I don't know his upbringing. I don't know his experiences. I don't know what happened to him. And what I'm saying, I'm not saying out of judgment. I'm simply saying that if you do not learn the lessons when you are young, you will learn them when you're old. That's why my daddy used to always tell me it's good for boys to fight when they're young. Like how they break up fights now, that's just gonna make it worse when they get older because they have all that aggression in them. They got all that stuff in them that they didn't get out, and when they get older, it's gonna come out. And you're seeing that, right? But look, my I had an issue with somebody when I was younger. Dad'd be like, "Hey, go ahead, fight it out. Give you some boxing glove, take you, hey, fight it out. Take you know what I mean?" Now he wouldn't let it get too far, but the point is, young men have aggression. And again, just walk with me here. All I'm saying, you do not learn certain lessons when you're young. You are going to learn them rudely when you get old. If everybody coddles you and you're told and you get everything you want, and then you get out here in the world and you see this woman, and in his mind, she probably was clowning him because she told him no. She told him the relationship was over. And to your point, Pandemic, he didn't know how to deal with that. Now, I'm not, again, chat, I'm not advocating what he did. I'm not saying that. I do not advocate violence against women. I got a wife. I got 2 daughters. I got nieces. I love them all. I'm not advocating that. I'm simply saying that this young man came up against a situation that he didn't know how to deal with. And a lot of us don't know how to deal with stuff. A lot of us don't. We don't necessarily do that, but we don't know how to deal with stuff. You know, when I was young, you know how I broke up with a girl? Yeah, I'll call you. I never called back.
Can I ask you something to be on a serious note? And I mean, this is Jack Spade and everybody in here.
Go ahead.
Like, I know we laughing and we joking, but let's flip it on this side. Okay. we got sisters, we got moms, we got aunts. What if that was your mom and your aunt in that
Oh, I'd be
situation?
furious. I'd be.
Yeah.
I'm no, and it's a reason I'm saying this because we got people in here just thinking about the football side of it.
Right.
And this is my thing. Both families got to deal with this situation.
Yeah,
Period.
absolutely.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
And if you got sisters or anybody in your family, I want y'all to think about this.
Yeah.
What if her life
Yeah.
got threatened like that, where her car got rammed 2 or 3
Right.
times? She
Oh,
was in a
Mhm.
situation with a guy that flew all the way across country and couldn't handle the fact that she said no.
It's
And
up.
practically, it was that situation.
It's up.
I'm going
Mhm.
to be honest with you. How would y'all handle it? Because I know how I'm going to handle it. Because I got a sister, I got
Mhm.
nieces, and I got a little one that I inherited. I have a ready-made family. I inherited a little girl, been here in her
Mhm.
life since she was 1. And I'm letting you know now, and I have no problem with saying this. It ain't no allegedly with me. You mess with any of the women in my family, if they did not, now if they did something to you and started it, I ain't getting in it. That's y'all business. But if she does not start it and you decide to go off on that deep end, I'll just put it this way. I got medication that can tell you that I'm a little off from the veterans hospital. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes. Yes.
Hey man,
And
But
you laughing, but you know what I'm telling you. Know I'm telling the truth though.
yes, sir.
Fanny.
Yes, sir. Yes,
See,
sir.
well, how would you handle that situation? Because you, like you said, you got daughters,
yeah.
and if they in a situation like that with a guy who pulls some stuff like that, as a father,
Mhm.
how are you gonna handle that, sir?
I mean, you know how
Yeah.
I'm a hand. You know
Yeah.
exactly how I'm a hand. Like it, bro. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No,
Like,
but we gotta let people know in the chat. It's 2 sides to this situation. We can't just take the football player side just because he play for us. We
Yeah.
also got to look at the other side of the
no,
situation too.
and you're
Yeah.
right. You are 100% right. My thing is, if you do that to anybody's family, I would imagine the
Mhm.
response is going to be the same. You already
Yeah.
know what the response is. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get into granular detail because
Oh no, I'm not. I don't want you to. I just
but
want to see how the fellas feel in there about that.
Yeah.
well, you already know how it is. You
Yeah.
first off, I look. This is, bro. I'm trying to be careful with what I say. Okay.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
But all I'm gonna say is, between my family, my wife's family, I don't think they're gonna make it out of Georgia. I just put it
Yeah.
that way.
It's okay. They'll have a no. You can say it like this, and it's totally it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We all get somebody get to see Jesus before we do. That's all you got to say.
I'm just, bro. I love it. I'm not even. But the point is,
I'm just joking.
And you make a good point. You make a good point that this.
Yeah.
She does have a point of view, and it is awful. And I'm sure that's probably somebody looking for him right now. You know,
Yeah.
Well, the police got to him before they could.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
True indeed. Like that cop said, he's lucky to be alive. But look, with me, I got 3 grown sons, right? And the way I tell them, you know, if that woman hasn't stabbed you or tried to unalive you or whatever, I'm trying to be careful what I'm saying, guys. But if she hadn't went that far, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when me and my wife got into an argument, right? She did, she do the hitting on your chest and all that and carrying on. I'm not going to hit a woman back because I know my strength. If I hit a woman, I'm going to jail.
Right.
But I teach my sons, right? Unless a woman goes beyond that extent, walk away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Walk away from. I don't care who it is. Walk away from it. It's not worth it because they're going to take you. Right? If you respond, they're going to take you because if you hit her, you definitely going to leave a mark.
And
you definitely going to leave a mark.
If a woman, and I'm not talking about like hitting you in your chest, but if a woman physically attacks you, that's a red flag, man. That's not going to get
exactly.
That is not going to be better. And I'm telling you, you best to just walk away because again,
exactly
on the right day.
If somebody hit you one time, leave them and trust who they are at that point.
Right. But like what you say, believe who they are, right, Ryan?
Believe who they are. At that point, you have to, because I mean, this is the thing. You got some people that are so immature when it comes to relationships and how they handle stuff.
Yes.
It's just
Yes.
it's dangerous. Like I tell people all the time. Now I'm blessed to have a lady, hopefully, like I said, I got the rings and stuff here, so I'm looking at moving on.
Congratulations.
But listening to y'all stories, I'm having second thoughts.
No, don't say
No,
that.
I'm joking when I say, listen, I done spent all that money and been here. Nah, I'm good. But
Hey, but look, it's like you said earlier though, Ryan.
Yeah.
You see those signs while you're dating. You see those signs. You're living together. You see the signs, right?
Do you ignore those red flags?
Yeah, exactly. And she's like,
because here's the thing.
Like you said.
Y'all watch that show, Pop the Balloon for Love?
Yeah, I've seen it online. Yeah.
One of the questions I like on there is, how do you handle conflict?
Mm-hmm.
And if I was single, I'm never going to be single because I love my wife and we're together forever. But if I were single, I would legitimately ask them, hey, how do you handle conflict? Because some people really, they don't know, right? They
don't know exactly.
I'm not talking about just a little disagreement. I'm talking about when you're mad, right? Like,
drunk people, angry people tell you who they are.
Right. But do you have a discussion to solve the issue, or is it you versus me? You get what I'm saying? Because if it's you versus me, and you're the kind of person that just only wants to get your point across, that's not going to get any better. I can tell you, that's not going to get any better. And it's funny because you got to talk about these things before you take it to the next step. You got to have these discussions like, okay, well, how do you feel about this? But it's important on how you handle conflict, because in a marriage, in a relationship, there's some days I'm going to be wrong. There's some days you're going to be wrong. And we got to make a commitment to each other to move forward. Right? We got to make a commitment to each other that, look, we're trying to build together. And you can't do that if, you did this and, you're dealing with somebody that just thinks they're never wrong, or you think you're never wrong. A question I always ask people, and they don't know what I'm asking, but I ask, hey, are you the hero in every story you tell? Because if you are, I know right away you can never be wrong.
Right.
Like, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I'm the villain. Sometimes I'm the bad guy. Right?
See, well, you're too nice to be the villain. No, T-Will, you know what? I gotta make a joke, but I gotta also try to defend you in a sense too, Gotta look out for my fellow podcaster, but I know it's the truth.
But no, I my brother, I love this song. I made him hate it, but hey, say goodbye to the bad guy. You know what I mean? The bad guy.
Right.
But the point is, whenever you retell something, nobody's 100% right the whole time. You get what I'm saying? And if you get out of that mindset that no, it's my way, or it's 100% me, then you're better. You know what I mean? My wife and I have had arguments, and I look back at them 3-4 years later, those that I can remember. And I look at what I said, I'm like, damn, I was wrong. But in the time, I felt like I was right. You know what I mean? At the time, I'm like, hell yeah, you know what I mean? You get a little older and more mature, and you're like, I probably could have said it this way. I probably could have done it this way. And if you have that mindset already, you can avoid stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
And don't be ashamed. And I'm saying this because I've gotten help from it. And, like I said, I had some situations in my relationship where we had to go to counseling for a few things. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
And I'm not marriage counseling. We had relationship counseling.
Counseling is
and
good.
I'm looking at, and I'm being honest, and I wasn't perfect. I keep that 100. But what I'm saying is, in this situation with JPJ, somebody got to pull him aside and say, hey man, you got to get some counseling for your anger and your rage because of this. Because if like I said, if his circle is not able to tell him, you got to get somebody that's neutral, that's going to help this kid, talk to him and try to walk him through, what did you mess up on? How did you mess up? And he's got to get some kind of help. Like it's nothing wrong with psychological help. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been programmed in our community that that's weak. And
right.
And it took for me to, and I hate to say it, but it took for me to go to the VA to figure that out. I didn't realize how many problems I had till they started talking to me.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to hear nothing they said, because T Will, I was like, man, I'm fine.
You think it's to your point, a lot of us in our community, there's a stigma we have with therapy. Oh, that's
even if you don't spend money, go to the church and talk to a pastor.
Listen,
a neutral party.
I wasn't that one that was keen on going to talking to somebody, right? But I really didn't start rationing out what a relationship is until I literally started praying, right? I mean, I was not that guy, because I was like, wait a minute, why am I going to talk to this person? This person got more problems than what I got. That was my mindset. So when I actually prayed about it, I actually started studying, right? My father-in-law grabbed me, and we actually started studying. I started praying, and that's when I started like, hey, if we can't talk about it like folk, we ain't talking about it at all. That's that's the mindset I had got into. Now, if you want to sit down and talk about it, I'm that guy. I can sit down and talk with the best of them. But we're gonna sit down and we're gonna talk about it like folk. We ain't gonna do no yelling. We ain't gonna do no fighting. Because you don't hear it when you start doing that type of stuff. You do not hear each other. Right, you reacting to what that person is saying. You're not listening to what they're saying. Correct. So my thing was, I prayed about it. Right, whenever conflict I run into, I pray about it first, and then I go in with the mindset of listening first, as opposed to responding. It's a personal preference of whether or not you go talk to somebody. It helps some people out. I think James Pierce Jr. didn't have that. He didn't have it from way back when. He didn't have it where he needed it, probably from the first time it happened. But I think people just kind of like, because he was that athlete, they kind of swept it under the rug. Didn't
those are the ones who, and truthfully, those are the ones who struggle with it the most, because they don't know what no is.
I think it's like that crazy friend. We all got a crazy friend that, we still deal with them. Yep. And then, but when they do something crazy, it's always like, wow.
Hey, you know what, Eric? I know who you're talking about. So go ahead.
Well, it depends on how far they go too, though. So
they go, but they always go. It's definitely overboard. It's always like, wow. But we knew they was crazy in the first place. I think that's the
let me tell you something.
Actually, they will go that far. So
my brother doesn't want to give details, but he's 100% right. Trust me.
Yeah. T Will, you know what this feel like right now?
Hey, when he says wow, I'm talking, and Eric, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm talking shoot a cockroach with a shotgun over
Yeah.
Wow. That.
Like what?
Damn, bro, for real.
How did you get there?
Pandemic, you know what this feel like? This don't even feel like us breaking news anymore. This right now feels more like a comedic therapy session at this point, because we're talking about some real life situation, but we're finding some laughs in it. And sometimes I know we break Falcon content all the time. We talk about this team. We all in competition with each other. But sometimes I feel like we need to have stuff like this to be open to talk about certain things, to let people know, like, look, we're not just content creators, we humans too. And we talk about the same stuff that everybody else does. And for some of us, we've gone through some stuff just like y'all. So at the end of the day, it's about us as a Falcon community being able to not just be pissed off when we lose, jump high when we win, but to really have conversation, to really start understanding life. And you don't know who you're going to be helping out at this point.
And helping each other. And that, you know what, Ryan, that's such a great point. Because look it, man, unfortunately, guess what? Next week, it's going to be somebody that does the same thing, but they're not going to be a football player. And they're probably not going to live through the experience.
Right.
Nope.
Right.
It's going to be so. Again, my thing is to anybody within the sound of our voice. Look, man, it is nothing that is that serious.
Right.
It is nothing that is that serious that if you walk away from, you know what I mean. You can get another girl. You can get another car. You can replace money, but you know what you can't replace? You can't replace time. You will never get another February the 8th, 2026 at 2:41 a.m. You won't get another. It won't happen.
Time in life.
There you go. So time
Jesus.
is the one constant that one commodity you can't replace. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about making a decision that's going to take time away from you. Right. That's what, at the end of the day, man, look, I hope the young man gets his life together. But three or four, a bunch of lives got impacted today because what about those kids that were looking at JPJ that said, you know what, I can be like him. And now they can't say that anymore. Right. Now they don't want to say that anymore. You just discouraged somebody. And again, I said this earlier, you'll never be a man if you don't see a man. If you can't, and again, I love Tubi. It's a guilty pleasure. I love me some Tubi. I do. There's a part of me. There's a part of me that is very hood.
It sounds like you love Tubi, like you love Mrs. T. Will. You better be careful with that.
Let me tell you something. I don't love nobody or nothing like I love Mrs. Wilson. But let me tell you something.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, man. I'm a little hood. I am a little hood. I'm a little hood. And
don't feel bad, T. Will. I be watching Tubi too, so you ain't the only one.
You know what I mean? But you see the same story, and I get so tired of seeing the movie about the drug dealer. Even though I watch it, I get tired of
McGraw Avenue.
We don't have to be just ball players and singers. We can do other things, right? And it's unfortunate that when you have somebody, because Lord knows how many challenges that JPJ had to go through just to get to where he was, and I'm
sure it was a lot
to make it, and then to have the devil just take it all away on one afternoon because you was mad because you didn't get your way. Because you basically threw a grown ass man tantrum, okay? At the end of the day, this was a tantrum. I'm not gonna get my way, so I'm gonna crash your car. I'm gonna run over you, police officer, because you're not gonna take that away from me. And now you lost everything. It's sad, man. It is sad. But anyway,
and it's funny you say that because I where I supervise at, right? I got a crew of about 25, right? Of those 25. 18 of them are men, right? And they're the only ones, the men. The women come to work and do just fine. No bickering, no arguing, no disagreements, no complaining, and they keep their scores up, they perform well, and they go home. But it's the men that crashes out, right? Okay, if you got a complaint, okay, I do that. Come talk to me. Come talk. I'll listen to you. But if you come to me crashing out, right? Oh, and they hate when I tell them this. Look, I don't deal with emotional little boys.
Right.
So if you're gonna come talk to me, you come to me and talk to me like folk.
Right.
Right. Oh man, I don't know how many times I have ended up in HR because they don't want to say it. I don't call them a little boy. And I'm like, for real, man. I said, this is the reason why I don't address how you guys act and complain. Because I got the women who I don't hear nothing from.
Right.
That are performing well. Scores. I mean, they do what they're supposed to do. But it's you young guys that are coming in here, you want to complain. I'm talking about literally all night long.
Don't want to listen.
They don't want to listen. And they ask you for help, but when you give them the help, they don't want to hear it. They try to find the easy way out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you just do it the way I tell you to do it, you do just like these women are doing.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine. But no, they try to find a shortcut. And I'm like, these women are working the same system you guys are working on. Why are they succeeding and you're not?
Right.
I mean, like you look at James Pierce Jr., right? You have to wonder, because they have what they call these PR consultants that they deal with, right? So I wonder if they just worry about their image, or do they really care about these kids coming into the NFL? Because
they don't care about these kids. It's a straight business, man.
I don't think so either. Because once you take a 20-year-old kid, right? And truth be told, us men, we're not considered adults mentally until we're like really 25. Women are considered women 18 years old.
That form of the brain that assesses risk does not form until you're 25. That's where the phrase young and dumb comes from, because you literally, until you're 25, you cannot accurately assess risk.
Right,
so
right.
That's where that comes from. Yeah. Go ahead, bro. Go
ahead. And I mean, we have to wonder why these people are only worried about these guys, these young men's image, right? Because if you, like I said, these guys are typically between the ages of 20, 23, 24 years old. And you take millions of dollars, not thousands, but millions of dollars, and put into the young man's hand. It's only going to heighten the child in them and not the adult, right? They're going to want to buy everything under the sun. They're going to buy, they're going to go out there and buy every pair of shoes, which is nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, you have to get what comes with the territory, right? You got to still make those smart decisions.
You have to be mature enough to handle it. But I got to be careful here. And Ryan spoke to this. It's not their job to raise these men, right? It is.
I understand.
The job of your parent, right? I said this a long time ago, and I love it. He was like, "My parents are not." He said, "My heroes are not ball players. My hero is my father."
Right, exactly.
And that is, you show me your hero. And I'm not talking about what you say in class. When
right.
About your real hero, and I will show you who you are. Right. Show me who you really look up to, and I will show you who you are. And the bottom line is, your heroes can't be in Hollywood.
Right.
Your
exactly.
Should
and you're absolutely right.
Your heroes should start in home. It's like those people who complain about the teachers when they go to these schools. Okay, first of all, PTA. The P is first. It's parent teacher.
Right. There you go.
If you send your child to school and your child can't read, that's on you.
Right.
That's
right.
On you. Right.
Right.
My second grade year, going into third grade, my parents said, "Son, you have to learn your times tables by third grade."
Right.
So you really don't get a summer, because every day you're going to write your multiplication tables.
Exactly.
Every day. Let me tell you something. I hated that. And I'm going to be real with you. I hated them that summer.
Right.
They made me do that because when I went to third grade, I understood multiplication. Because if you don't understand multiplication, you can't understand division.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
That you don't understand, then as you advance, it's going to be more difficult. And what I'm saying is, a lot of these parents don't want to necessarily be parents to these kids. They want to be friends, right?
That part.
It's your job to make sure your child can read by the time they go to school. It's your job to make sure that your child does their homework when they come home. It's your job to get them a tutor if you don't have that. So what I'm saying is, yes, they do look at them as commodities, but it is not their job. And Ryan was 100% right. We need a community where we raise our young men. But the problem, Ryan, is not like when we grew up.
Right.
If I see two kids fighting, I can't break that up. I saw my mother break up fights and take belt to some kids.
But it's like you say, it's a different day. It's a different day and age now, where if you break up, most kids can't even fight now. Let's just be honest. Most of them don't even know how to throw a punch. Only thing a lot of them know how to do is pull out their pistol.
Right.
It's not even that though. Not even that though. The aunties can't raise you no more. You can't whoop somebody else's kid no more. They finna come down there and say they finna come whoop you if you whoop their kids now.
And you know what's crazy? Like, we sitting here talking about JPJ. I'm gonna say it like this: James 1:19. slow, he's be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry.
Yes.
Right.
And here's the
Right.
thing: in this situation, that young man was quick to anger.
Yes.
Right.
That right
Yep.
there. And the crazy part about it is James 1:19 could that Bible verse could save a ton of lives. Period.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
That could
yeah.
save a ton of lives because boy,
Yeah.
when you talk about young men and how we are, and T Will, you just expressed it. A lot of young men don't have outlets to express that energy. Even if they're not athletic, they don't have that way to express that energy.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
give you this, and then I'm gonna slide on out of here. Y'all remember y'all remember hearing about the old great fighter Archie Moore, legendary champ?
Yep.
Archie Moore started a boxing academy for young men, even though everybody wasn't gonna be a fighter, but he
Right.
had something for him where he would allow them to exert that energy that you're speaking on,
Yes.
and he would
Mm-hmm.
teach them a move, but he also was teaching them like, okay, you got to sweep the kitchen floor, and I'll show you this move, or you got to watch this,
Yeah.
you got to do this. He
Right.
was
Yeah.
teaching them responsibilities as well as
Right.
teaching them how to defend themselves, but at
Right.
the same
Right.
time, it was teaching discipline for unstable young men because
Right.
he was he even said it himself, he was a little bit of a rascal because he got sent to a
Mm-hmm.
detention center as a kid,
Right.
Right. Right.
and he didn't want kids to follow what he had done, and that was why he made sure that he felt like every boy could be something. All you got to do is invest into them.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of guys that came out of there, whether they were pro athletes or if they weren't pro athletes, they were great people that was in the military. There's a lot of kids that he touched.
Right.
So again, we got to start having programs like that, and we got to start doing things like that around the community to try to help this generation at this point. Because
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm done. For all you folks out here that's Falcon fans, and you black professionals that are out here that run with the crowd and got all your money, what the hell good is all your money and all your connections that you have, and you're not helping groom these kids that's coming up afterwards? You can help. I'm not telling you to give money. I'm not telling you to do that. But why not invest into a program to where you can teach these kids a skill, a trait, or something to help them out and teach them discipline? You
Yeah.
take that pistol out, you take the pistol out of their hand and give them something to work towards and look towards. Trust me, we won't have as many problems.
You
And you
talk
won't
about
see too many JPJs.
yeah. You
Here's a
go ahead.
But here's one of the things when you were talking about programs, right? The fallout of where all these programs happen, right? A lot of that stuff came from the city, the government, So like people put a lot into voting, the reasons why we vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I know you will, and I know y'all been around when PAL League was around, Police Athletic League, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was that one program that kept black inner city schools out of school-age kids out of the street, because once they came home, it was go to football practice, go to baseball practice, basketball practice, go down to the gym or whatever, and then it was time to come home, eat, and go to bed. So they didn't have time to get in no trouble. They were too tired to do anything else. Mm-hmm. So it was like when they started taking programs like that out of the city, that's when you started seeing the fallout of the youth, right? Because there was nothing else to do. I grew up in East Lake Meadow, so the one thing that we had to do, they took away from. They took that out. I mean, once they got rid of the 13-foot basketball goals, that was it. That was it. So we put a lot into these people that we have put in the office, saying that the voting into these, that's where it starts at, right? There was no reason in the world for them to go run through the city of Atlanta, especially the city of Atlanta, and got rid of all of these rec parks where these people went to shoot basketball, right? Bedford Pines, they got rid of that. Drew Ray, East Lake Park, they got rid of that. It was plenty of places where these kids could go shoot basketball and have that outlet. Like me, like now, I have a boxing bag. That's where I release all my energy at. And depending on how I hit that bag, my wife knows how mad I am because it radiates through the house, right? So she'll come down and check me, like, "You okay?" That type of thing. Right. So, but the thing it is, my point, what I'm being made is that we talk about these programs, right? But
Mm-hmm.
even if we put these programs here, right, a lot of that funding comes from people that who don't put the programs together, like from the city, from the county, from the government. A lot of that funding comes from that. The bulk of it comes from that. So the thing is, we have, as people, right, we got to put the right people in place and hold them accountable, and that's easier said than done.
We do.
Once you start,
I agree.
Once you start seeing people in place doing things for the money,
right. I agree, but I think that ultimately we've gotten away from some values.
For sure.
I can remember if I got in trouble at school, everybody on my block knew about it. Okay. Sister so-and-so saw you. Now, what's this I hear about you doing this in school? And I knew I was going to get a whooping from my parents. Let me tell you, that is the worst feeling. When you know you're going to get a whooping at home, that is the worst feeling, because you're out there around your friends trying to put on that brave face. You watching that, you know, mama and daddy going to tear that, and you're going to get a whooping from both. Okay? I was in my household. You did not get there was not a singular disciplinarian session. Okay?
Right.
Just saying. But there was, again, adults would talk to the kids. Hey, what about this? And what about that? And there was more of a combined interest to where now we live in silos.
Right.
You know what I mean? At best, I speak to my neighbors.
Right,
I've had one or two in my house, but now I don't know everybody on my block. And that's just, as a society, we have become siloed. We live in our own little bubbles. You know what I mean?
Right.
We care about the stuff that we care about, but as a community, we don't care collectively about each other. And that is what has to change. Look, sometimes you might. I used to, when I was younger and I could see my waist and I was in better shape, I'd get outside and play, touch football with these kids in the community, just so they could have somebody to spend time with them and I found out about a lot of stuff just playing with these kids, and they tell me about this, and I would encourage them and stuff like that. You don't see that anymore.
Kids don't even play in the neighborhood.
They don't. They really don't.
I think I was probably. I'm 30. I just turned 39. So I was the last to know what it feels like to ride a bicycle, walk around the block, play pickup football with the kids on the other street or whatever, our street versus your street. You know what I'm saying? Little stuff like that. And T Will, I agree with you on 100% on that. But I bet money you used to try to finagle your way out of all them ass whoopings you took too. I bet money on that.
It didn't work.
Look, why do y'all, ladies and gentlemen, why do y'all think T Will is so slick with his wordplay? He's so convincing. T Will was in the house with a preacher, and look, and most preachers, and I'm not saying yours, because I'm just speaking on most preachers are slick with their wordplay, and you not finna pull nothing on them, because most of them was hustlers, and pimps and players before they found Jesus. I hope y'all understand that. So T Will, you wasn't getting out of that butt whooping.
Hey,
look. I used to be like, I love you, mama. Come on. I love you, mama. Oh, I love.
Yeah. What she tell you? I love you too, but guess what? I'm finna help you get back to Jesus, and we gonna love each other again. Come on over here, get this whooping.
See, my dad was that. He was that preacher, right? He was that preacher, but my dad was he was too busy making kids, right? He got 22 that we know of. But
wow,
he got 22.
Wow.
And I think that's, I ain't gonna say it's a tip of the iceberg, but I think we still out there, because every time somebody passes.
Which one are you?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. I'm the third by my mom.
Okay.
Let's put it like that. But every time somebody passes away, even to date, every time somebody passes away, another one pops up.
Oh,
and here just recently, well, I take that back. Let's put it like this in perspective. Every time I had a child being born or my wife was pregnant, my dad had one either born or had one pregnant.
Are you serious?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
T Will, you know what that mean, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
Right.
No, sir.
Hold up. It was the 3rd of September.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm gonna say. The day I'll always remember.
Yes,
Hey, man,
Yes,
look,
I do.
I think my dad was in the studio when that song was made. I tell you,
Hey man, T
I
Will,
don't know
thank
what
y'all
it
for
was
having
about my
me.
dad.
Hey Ryan,
And
hey Ryan, tell these folks where they can find you, brother.
Hey man, thank y'all for having me on, man. It's been very enlightening with y'all brothers. If y'all have not hit that like and subscribe button for this channel, please hit the like and subscribe button for this channel. This brother works his tail off and definitely provides great insight. And you know, we love to tap in from time to time. But you can catch myself and the Magnificent Birdcage crew on Thursday nights at 8 p.m. or unless we have serious situations that came up. I was on a little earlier before T Will came on, but I had to stop by, show my guys some love tonight. Birdcage LLC, YouTube, 8 p.m. on Thursdays. As I always say up in here, man, you either get right or you get left. Apparently, JPJ ain't got his ass right, so he about to get left right up in that jail cell. So the only thing I can do is pray for this brother, and I just hope that he gets his life right, because at this point right now, if you don't have your family and your circle around you, you literally are alone. So you know what? Let's pray that this brother can get his life right and understand that you have to understand what no is. And right now, it's just a tough time for Falcon fans. We gonna get through this. We got through Vic, we got through Ridley. Y'all just stay tuned and let's see how this plays out. Thank y'all for having me on. Ghost.
Appreciate you. Hey Brian.
Appreciate you, Ryan.
He's gone. He's gone. Hey, yeah, fellas, we got to go because I know my wife.
It's 4 o'clock.
She's gonna be so mad at me. She's going to be so mad at me. She's gonna be. It did not take 4 hours. Oh my.
Oh
God.
man. But man, I tell you what.
On your couch.
I'm waiting on the fist to come swinging in the screen. That's the only reason I'm still here.
I might be the place to stay here.
Oh man.
We've been on this podcast for 4 hours. And
4 hours.
I know she
golly.
But
and don't even seem like it.
We just had to talk about it, man. Sometimes
I mean,
this stuff, man.
It came out with a breaking news, and now it was a bonding. It ended up being a bonding moment.
You finna be T Will tonight. I don't give a damn what you talking about, nigga. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
I'm gonna blame it on T Will. T Will wouldn't end the show, baby. He would not end the show. All he had to do was end the show. He just wouldn't end it.
It was his end stream. He just refused to do it. He held me hostage. He wouldn't let me do it.
Man.
I promise you, Jack ain't said a word about an hour. Jack, you there? Jack is asleep.
Yeah, Jack, I just got finished playing 2K.
What? Okay.
I'm about to say he a gamer, man. He probably like my son.
I heard that.
My son stay up all night, all day. I'm talking about, dude.
Well, hey.
I mean, the only time he sleeps is like an hour or two before work, and then he gets up and go to work, and then he come back and get right back on the game.
I heard that, brother. Hey, Fandemic, tell these folks where they can find you, man.
Falcon fans, it is what it is, man. T Will, man, appreciate it. Allow me to share the platform with you.
Of course.
Wish it was better news, but Falcon fans, what can you do? What can you do? I mean,
you can't.
It's a setback. It's a major setback. Hopefully, it'll work itself out for better reasons. We got the good GM in the building, so hopefully he can find a way around it and replace him. But like I said, T Will, man, appreciate you having me on, sharing the platform with you guys, man. Guys, if you haven't already hit that like button 1, 2, 3, 4 times, I wish you could. But at least hype this video up too once it ends. At least do that. That'll help them out. So like I said, man, y'all can find me at Atlanta Falcons Fandemic on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. I'll be on again tomorrow to help finish up my show, because I didn't finish my show because of James Pierce Jr. So I come up with part 2 tomorrow, maybe even Monday to finish it out. Guys, I appreciate it once again. I learn every time I get on here. I learn something from you guys. I appreciate it, and I look forward to being on here again.
Hey, man, as always, we love having you. And, if my wife don't kick my ass when I get off this podcast, I'll be on tomorrow. But, I might be on with the camera off. I'm just saying.
I'll leave the porch light on.
He gonna have on shades tomorrow.
Oh man!
Just don't chase it down in the Lexus and have the local police on your ass.
Man, what?
Yeah, brother. I'm worried about her down with the Lexus. What you talking about? I'm worried about her chasing me. I'm not stupid enough to tell. What are you talking about?
Man.
Anyway, Eric, tell
but I appreciate it, T. Will, and I catch y'all on the next one, man.
We'll see you next time, brother.
Peace.
Eric, tell these folks where they can find you, man.
Oh man, Terry and Eric show whenever we decide to go live.
Okay.
Well, we going Tuesday?
Yeah, probably Tuesday.
Tuesday, 6:00, I believe.
Whatever, man. I want to cuss, but I'm not. Hey, Jack, tell these folks where they can find you, man.
Oh man, one time for the fan. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Podcasts, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, pretty much everywhere, man. Wherever you get your podcast, wherever you can get your social media. One time for the fan on Instagram. Great having this conversation with everybody. Just very disappointed it was plagued by some negative news. But at the end of the day, we just love talking Falcons and anything Falcons related. We're going to talk about it. Sunday nights at 8, Wednesday nights at 8, Friday mornings, breakfast for one time for the fan, 9:30 or so. But this is great having the opportunity to chop it up with everybody. And we just got to move on to another day. I got to be up for golf in like 4 hours, so I might get to bed, man.
Yeah, get some sleep, man. Low hated when you're late. So
Low he ain't gonna be out there tomorrow. But
okay, because
Low he's gonna be out there tomorrow. But big shout out to Big Low, big shout out to everybody in the chat, big shout out to all the fans that tuned in tonight. I'm sure everybody's all disappointed, but as Falcon fans, we got to move forward. The executives and the right people behind the scenes will take care of the pure situation, but we're Falcon fans for life. Rise up.
There you go. Rise up. Well, hey, to everybody. So, thank you guys so much for joining us. Wait, Eric, did you tell them where they could find you? Did you? I don't know.
Yeah,
he did. Okay, you're probably in another dimension, still awake while you're sleeping. To
I'm worried about when I get out of here and I got to use the bathroom. I'm really worried about that. But anyway, because I got to go through the bedroom.
I mean, it's been 4 hours. You got a bottle or something next to your damn table or something? It's been a minute, T-Will.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. Anyway, man, hey, thank y'all for joining us. We appreciate you. To everybody who joined us in the chat, we appreciate you guys. We are all disappointed Falcon fans. We're going to get through this together. Look, at a certain point, this just became about a conversation, a fellowship. Just, man, we're all trying to get through it, man. We all trying to get through it. We're all disappointed. We all got experiences. And at the end of the day, the crux of this conversation was walk away. Look, if you find yourself in that situation, just walk away. Walk away and live to fight, argue, whatever, another day. Okay? Peace be unto you. God bless y'all. Thank you to everyone who joined us in the chat. Could have been anywhere in the world. Chose to be with us. Jack Spade, Brother Eric Parker. Thank y'all for helping me get my start in this business. Thank you, Lord, for waking me up this morning. Go Falcons. Y'all be good, man. And we might see y'all tomorrow. If I'm still alive.
You're going to wake up with the Super Bowl.
Good night, everybody.
Stay out of
ATL. Through the highs and the heartbreaks, we still stand. Dirty birds forever. Let's get it. Year after year, we've been riding through the storm. Red and black in my veins, that loyalty was sworn. We don't fold, we don't run, even when the pain hits. Cause every loss just loss reminds us what greatness is. We show up cold nights or the Georgia sun. Cause every Sunday we believe that our time gon' come. We ain't perfect, but we faithful and we never switch. We the city of the A, yeah, we built for this. We don't need pretty words, just hard on the field we deserve. Put the work in, earn that glory. Bring our city back to the story. We'll ride till the wheels fall off. We ain't never gonna break. Win or lose, we stand tall for the A. You can doubt us, talk loud, but we still hold steady. Cause we here and we faithful and we always ready. It's the dirty, prove the dirty. If you bout it, then prove the dirty. We'll believe when you fight for the city.